it over here because she didn't.
I don't know. Madam Mayor, it's 6:02.
So what's your plan?
I'm just telling everybody, it's 6:02. I'm the town crier.
No, I'm the town crier.
No,
Trust
you
me.
don't know. If I see you cry, I'm crying.
I'm trying.
If you cry about anything tonight, I'll be crying.
Oh, I'll try to hold it
No
together.
tears?
Try to. Okay, what happened to Glenn? He was here a minute ago.
Yeah, where is Glenn?
He was just here. Okay, we may have to start without him.
I wonder if he knows
we
the
started?
word. Does he know the word?
We have started, Madam Mayor.
Okey-dokey. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this Tuesday, November 5th, Lake Worth Beach City Commission meeting to order and ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Mayor Pam Triolo.
Here.
Vice Mayor Andy Amoroso.
Here.
Commissioner Scott Maxwell.
Here.
Commissioner Omari Hardy.
Here.
Commissioner Herman Robinson.
Here.
Thank you.
If everyone would please rise for the invocation on behalf of Commissioner Hardy.
God of all creation, we come before you today to give you honor and praise. You are worthy of praise. You are the source of all that is good. You are the source of all our blessings. Thank you for every gift that we have been given. We thank you for the opportunity to come and gather together this day. We ask for your hand of blessing on this meeting. We ask that you would guide and direct our meeting so that it is full of wisdom, productivity, and respect for one another. Thank you for helping us to accomplish our work and our goals this day. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I would just like to pause maybe for a moment of silence. I received news, well, I know I was out sick, but a former city commissioner, Joanne Golden, passed. And I wanted to see if we could just pause for a moment of silence and send our love and prayers and honor and respect to her family and friends. Thank you all very much. Okay, any additions, deletions, or reordering?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, moving on then to the presentations. We have our first presentation, 5A, from Barton Elementary.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners, and thank you for inviting me again. I was just here June, but we had a lot of changes in Barton, as you all know, because of the rezoning. And we received almost 300 more students to Barton Elementary, so we are standing right now at 1,110 students. So with that, the original 10 units I received, and once we did another FTE in October, we received an additional 5 because it still wasn't enough. So right now we're sitting at 7 vacancies because, of course, they give you the units, but that doesn't come with teachers. And so that's our challenge here. So I just wanted to begin with that to just make sure that, to let you know the changes that happened since we met. All right, so this is our mission at Barton Elementary. Of course, we are a college readiness school with AVID. So our mission is to make sure that our children are all global citizens, what we train them for and what we expect from them. Okay, well, thank you. All right, so as you can see, our demographics and where we are right now. So Hispanic, 61%. Blacks at 30%, American Indian 4%, and white 3%, and less than 1% is the multi-race and Asian. Now our ELL population has grown much since we've also have the rezoning, so now we're at 68% of our school is ELL, and ESC are 12%. All right, now with our teachers, as you can see, most of the The percentages is where we have teachers at 0 to 3 years of experience, because many of the teachers are new teachers that we added on since we received the additional units, and 20% 4 to 7 years, 36% at 7 and more. All right, so last year, we are a sweet school again, which we're very proud of because we did move in proficiency. And many times at Title I schools, you make much gains, but it's harder to make proficiency. But we did just the opposite. We made much gains in proficiency, and we did in proficiency, but we didn't make the gains. We are at our lowest 25%, so we stayed the same percentage at a C. Okay, our attendance rate still, as you can see, is going down, and that is our goal. So far we're at 2.4%, because of course it's still at the beginning of the year. We don't have the end of the year yet. So we are making progress towards that, to making sure that we have our parents understand that attendance matters. They need to bring the kids to school. They need to bring the children to school, because without that, we're not going to make the progress that we want to get them to proficiency and ready for middle school. Now, this is our VPK data. This is our data for this year of the students coming in. So as you can see, they are coming in at a high percentage of students that lack the skills ready for kindergarten. This is what they're coming in at this year. Now I'm going to show you what we came in last year and what we ended up with. So at the fall of 2018, again, it looked pretty glim, but this is where they are at 2019. So they made great strides into preparing them to be able to enter kindergarten at a readiness level. So we hope to also move that, since there's a big, big push on VPK this year, and we just had a new curriculum. So we're hoping to really make great strides in kindergarten for our students. Now, these are some of the things that we are doing in our pre-K classes. We have the foundations intervention to help them with their phonics awareness and reading. But we also just, a new program that just came, and we must have been about a month ago. So teachers are getting lots of training on that to make sure that we can increase the readiness for kindergarten for our pre-K students. And some of the other programs that we still have at the school, all of our teachers are equipped with smart boards. We were one of the first schools that received all the smart boards for our teachers. And so they are being trained to use that. We have the Center of Creative Education, who still participate in project-based learning, CKLA, AVID. The French World Language is still in place. Our Trailblazers, AMP, the Advanced Math Placement, still in place. And Foundations, iReady, and Study Island are some of the programs that we use to help our students meet proficiency and growth. And these are some of the project-based learning. Go ahead. Okay. And some of our extracurricular activities still in place as well. Okay. Okay. And 21st Century too is its second year in place with our Barton Elementary. So it's really a great tool for our teachers, because we're getting provided the opportunity to tutor after school, and we are getting students that maybe cannot stay, because many of our students, especially this year, we have 7 to 8 buses that are bringing students to our school. So they cannot stay and get the tutorial that they need. So what we're doing is trying to capture it through 21st Century, and then in the mornings we capture them and asking parents if they can just drop them earlier from 7 to 7:30. We can capture them because they cannot stay after school because of the transportation, and the additional students, of course, come even further now, because they were from South Grade and they were from Highland, so they definitely can't stay after school. So we're trying to be creative on how we can make sure we capture and get them some tutorial. Okay, and those are some of our programs I just talked about. And we try to take opportunities too when we know there's no school for students, but schools for teachers, and maybe that's an opportunity for teachers to have the students come back on those days. So during spring break, we always run a boot camp. And during the teacher work days, ask the parents to please bring the students, and we'll do a half-day, boot camp of writing or reading, science for the students. So we're taking every single opportunity because many of our students cannot stay for tutorial. And some of our outreach partnerships with Team USA, that's still giving us scholarships for our students and funding our tribal band and funding AVID for us as well. APTT with our parents' academic teacher teams. And for the children, definitely is a partner with Barton who's on our campus and helping out. Okay? And this is we still are continuing to have our parents coming to our school twice a week for learning to learn English. We have parents that come, and that's through the Creative CCE program, and they are teaching our students our parents, technology and English. Okay, and this is just a video I want to share with you.
Here at Barton are a community-based school. We are a Title I school. Many times our parents may need some resources and needs that they may have that we are more than happy to reach out to them and help.
I just love the students. I love the diversity. I love coming to a school where not all the students are the same and I can help them reach their goals.
I love working at Barton because I'm able to see the changes.
I can see myself in a lot of these students. I can make a difference. I can make a turnaround and changes in situations that I can relate to.
When I came to Barton 5 years ago, I was just a brand new teacher out of FAU. And I have seen how the school has grown and changed.
When I work at other schools, I feel like the students, they already know what to do, so I'm not really needed as much. But when I come to Barton, I feel like they need you the entire time, so you really feel like you can make a difference here at Barton Elementary.
We have seen the progression of the community becoming more involved. You are helping them to be successful throughout their life.
We need a teacher that are open to our students' cultures as well as open to making sure that academically they are successful.
These are my kids. I'll love them for a lifetime.
If you are a teacher that teaches with their heart first, that you're ready to commit to our students, we are so ready for the students to move on to middle and high school and college, prepared for the foundation that we give them here at Barton Elementary.
Now, I am going to be going to FAU Thursday to join in a seminar where I can network with some teachers. So they're going to be seeing this video as well, and I'm going to share that. And they're giving me the opportunity in another school to have priority because we have all these vacancies. So I'm hoping that I can capture some teachers there that may be graduating in December and start with us in January. So it's been a process. But I luckily have some substitute teachers that are really, really strong. The problem that they can't pass the tests. So I'm blessed to have that, and I'm not really sitting with classes that are empty or someone that's not qualified to help the teacher. So, in that sense, we're blessed to have that, but you have to just work it all the time. So I'm hoping that will happen for us too. And the district is working with us to really identify schools that really need to have that that buy-in from teachers to come to Barton. And once they come, they love it. They really do. Any questions for us?
The first question pertains to, first of all, before I even get to the question.
Yeah.
What the video shows me is that you have a lot of teachers who have accepted the challenge of teaching our students. and I appreciate that.
You're right.
So please send that message of thanks, hopefully from all 5 of us,
You betcha.
to your teachers there. So for students who can't stay after school and get tutorial because they take the bus, is there not, and maybe this is a question for Erica as well, is there not an activity bus that can take them? And if there's not, then that needs to be, in my opinion, arranged, because students should be able to attend stuff after school regardless of where they live within the zone. And I understand it's a new zone, but you know, if you take the bus, there should be another bus that comes for you after all activities on campus have concluded. Is there an activity
Well,
bus?
we don't have an activity bus, but that would be something that we could look at.
What's the process for getting an activity bus at the school?
Well, you would have to have money set aside for that, because it would have to come out of our budget, the school budget, because I did have one last year, but it was only for the weekends,
Right.
from Saturday schools where they went around the neighborhood and pick up students. But then again, we found on Saturdays, the parents wouldn't bring them either. So that didn't work out, even though I did give the transportation. So that became a challenge as well. So I didn't have that this year. So we went to the mornings and said, well, if you have to go to work, how about dropping them off earlier? And then maybe we can work that, have them, in the mornings to work with math and science on the computers. So, yeah, but that is something, if I could have it in the afternoon,
Yeah.
that may be something that's really feasible for my parents.
Do you know about what the cost is annual? Well, for the rest of the school year?
Yeah, I know when we had it for the weekend, it was $3,000, but it was only one day
For the whole year.
for the whole year.
Right.
So now I don't know what it would be like for every day, if after school, or maybe Monday through Thursdays, and may not do it Friday. I don't know what the cost is for that. But for $3,000, I had to set aside out of my Title I budget to have it for the weekends.
Right.
But it didn't gain anything or yield anything, because the parents wouldn't bring them.
Right.
Wouldn't bring them.
So we got earlier in the school year a wish list from each school. I don't recall this being on it, but is this something that you would add to your wish
Sure.
list if we can
Yes,
help
if the kids
support?
have your transportation, that's why they have to get on the bus, and that's the issue I have, is that they have no one to take them home. Parents doesn't have cars. I can't pick them up, so they have to go home.
Okay, thank you. And my other question is, you gained many students.
Yes,
Many of whom came from Highland.
Highland and South Grade.
Right. Highland lost many students.
Yes,
About the same number that you gained.
yeah, that's right.
A little bit less. I'm wondering if teachers have been accessed at Highland, and if they were accessed, are they aware of the vacancies at your school, and would they be willing to? And for those of you who don't know what accessing is, it's like if your school comes in under enrolled, teachers who are not needed are accessed, and that means they.
Right.
Yeah, right. So has that been explored?
Well, I was able to pick up 3 teachers from South Grade.
Okay.
Not from Highland, but I
Okay,
did
but
pick
not
up
from
3
Highland.
teachers from South Grade.
Okay.
So that did help. It
Okay.
helped.
All right. Well, I'm very interested in the activity bus, and again, thank you for your hard work, and thank you for the hard work of your entire team and all of your teachers there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Also, we have our Mayor's Education Council coming up soon
Yes,
too.
yes.
The one thing I want to say is the attendance statistics over just the last 4 years are outstanding.
You're right.
I mean, those were huge jumps.
Huge jumps.
What programs were you doing to work on that? What are some?
Well, we did get support from the district, who gave us a liaison, who came to the school, who worked on the certain ones that were chronic, went to the homes, went to the parents, and let them know, okay, it gets to a point where we're going to give this to the law if you don't bring the children to school. So once they start seeing that and visiting the homes, it made a big turnaround. We gave incentives to the students, making sure that they're not saying, sometimes students don't, they're a little tired and they don't want to come to work, or it is work for them. They don't want to come to school. So we give them incentives. If you have so much, attendance in your class and you did it through the whole time, we would give them pizza parties. And so we just made it really fun for them. And again, with the parents, and be in a partnership with the teachers too. If you see it's coming over, student hasn't come to school in 3 days, you have to reach out to the parent, let them know, okay, anything is going on because he's missing so much work. Let them know the importance, because if we don't care, they're not going to care. So
I think that I know that we've had this conversation before, but not with everybody. Getting the parents involved is so crucial, especially where because of the diversity of the community,
Right.
the parents don't often know some of the traditions or cultures or things or why it's important to do those things. So you're reaching out. You've done it very successfully in our community.
Yes.
What other types of, do you have any other type of parent programs?
We do. We do have the parent university that I have every month. I have my parent university, and we feature a grade level, and we have the parents come in and have an actual teacher, tell them these are the expectations and these are the things that you can do and work with them. Then I also have my SAC meeting, which is always at full capacity. Yes, because now I have additional parents. So I used to do it in the library, and now I have to do it in the cafeteria because I have extra parents. But they do come and they participate. I have my translators there as well.
Good thing.
Yeah. So I also gained another assistant principal. Yes, Miss Dela Cruz now is my assistant principal too. So we have 2 assistant principals, 2 ESOL coordinators. We always had 2 guidance counselors, but we always have a behavior management person, a therapist that she's on board with us. She used to work for Chrysalis. Now she's working with us full time, and she knows the students. So as many of those students were on her caseload, and now she's working with them every day at the school. So that helps tremendously with the families as well because they already know her. So it's been a great addition for us.
Commissioner Robinson?
Great to see the teaching from the heart means a lot.
Yeah.
How many kids are you talking about when they need transportation for tutorial after school?
Okay, wow. So out of the 1,100 students that I have, I want to say at least about 700 of them. It's a lot of students.
Are you 700 would ride a bus?
I have about 8 buses coming through. I have about 8
for
plus.
$3,000?
That's regular buses, not including the ESC buses and things that I have come through.
For
So
$3,000?
yeah,
we could
maybe a little less, but it's about close to that. Because last year I had about 800. No, last year I had about 300 or 500. So yeah.
Well, I'd be interested in contributing $3,000 out of the commissioner's transportation fund. Maybe we send people to here and there. I would love to transport kids from tutorial.
From tutorial, yeah, that is our major problem.
We should probably try and squeeze at least voluntary contributions for a bus.
Yeah.
The bus is available. It's
Well,
just a matter
yes,
of-
because we did.
it's just a matter of money.
It's a matter that they have to give it to me now every day, and I don't know the cost of that. They had given me only on Saturdays, but now I don't know the cost for every day because I didn't ask for that. So that would be additional. Though I do have the $3,000 aside that I put for Saturdays, but it didn't work out, and so I just rebudgeted again, but rethinking, saying we got to do what's going to yield the most for Barton Elementary, and then we went with maybe the morning one because we couldn't do the afternoon, and then use our tutorial through the 21st century, making sure that they are teaching the curriculum the standard.
I would hope that our other commissioners would be interested in contributing
Yeah, that would be, yes, sure, that would be
a
great.
small amount.
Of those 700 kids, do you know about how many maybe have expressed interest in tutorial?
Oh, we have many parents that express interest, but the problem is we let them know.
Right.
You have to bring them then because we have no other way.
Right.
So and we do have parents that express it, especially the ones in the mornings too. That they're the little ones, and sometimes we have to turn them away because we're really targeting 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. So I know that would still be the target anyway for those students. It wouldn't be 700 students because our targeted students would be the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students. So it wouldn't be as much I would need because I'm only targeting that many students, and the ones that are already in 21st century would not be included, and the ones that come in the morning. So that'll help that it wouldn't be as many students.
So I can't speak for my colleagues here, but I'm going to echo Commissioner Robinson's sentiment. What I would ask is that if we can get target population of students who you would target for this tutorial, and of those who are willing, and from there we can figure out how many buses that will require, and if we could get a cost from the district, I would be willing. I would vote for a budget amendment that would include funds for your bus, because really what it is, this is a 1-year thing.
Right.
You know, what really happened was you received more students than you expected.
Exactly.
And so it's not unreasonable to be caught by surprise. And so as a 1-year thing, I think that's something we can do. And then the following year, you know, we'll have some expectations.
Right.
That's 2 of 5.
No, you know me, I'm always for helping out where needed. I think that one of the things that we put together that wish list for is to see, because I can probably assure you that other schools in our district are also experiencing similar problems. So I think we have to address it holistically and go through. That's why we're going to have that as part of our education council meeting, that wish list, and go through these things and really highlight where can the best needs be served within and where can we help the best. I mean, I'd love to say yeah to that. You know, I want to say yeah to everything, but you know.
And we can get those numbers to you too.
But I think that us putting together a game plan as a city to where we can help.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I will get that information to you as soon as possible. At least I can tell you how much it would be, how many students we would cover, and I appreciate you all so much for even thinking.
Oh yeah.
Along those lines, very, very kind of you.
City manager.
And maybe Ms. Whitfield can help. Why didn't the school district fund this?
Activity buses?
Yes.
Yeah, I know. I just think, you know, it's yet another thing that would be great, but unfortunately, it's not covered. Some principals manage to find ways to do it if they would like to. I know my daughter goes to Coniston, and they do have an activity bus. It's very limited on where it'll drop off to, but they do have it. But the principal uses their budget to fund it, which is just the way it's done. I'm actually already sent a request in to find out what the process for activity buses is and see if we can get that addressed. You know, it's possible that we might be able to do something as well. So I'll find out and I'll let you know where we are with it. But yeah, that's an issue for sure.
By December 3rd.
By December 30th?
3rd.
Why? What happens then?
We have another meeting.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like, wow, that's a quick deadline.
And
we'll see what we can do.
Madam Mayor, if 11 days before the 3rd, it would have to be in the hopper unless we want to waive our rules for this issue. So if we could get it 11 days before the 3rd of December.
I think I can get it to you soonish. I mean, there's Thanksgiving, so that might slow things down, but I don't see why we wouldn't be able to. I mean, I did just send you guys all the information from the last time we met here, remember?
Yes.
So you just got that.
Yes.
It was pretty quick, I hope.
There'll be an item on the agenda.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Since we were asked to weigh in, let's weigh in. So, to Madam Mayor, like you had mentioned, we had a wish list. We haven't really had another meeting about that wish list and where we were going to look for funding for the wish list. I think we need to sit down. Every month we get updates from classes and different schools, and we would all love to, you know, fund everything, but we can't do this. I'm not comfortable doing this piecemeal every month for each school. We really need to have our wish list put together. If this is an add to the wish list, that's great. And I think it's a great thing, but we need clear numbers, and I think we need to look at the complete wish list for all the schools and all the children.
That's right.
Instead of piecemealing it meeting by meeting by meeting as the schools come forward.
Well, and let me share with you one really great success from that wish list last time. We actually had a resident call me and let me know that he was going to fund the cones that Lake Worth Middle School requested. And then he also is donating quite a bit of services to the North Grade Garden. So that just came from us speaking at this meeting. Someone in the audience heard and they reached out to us. So, you know, I really want to say thank you so much.
And I think if we talk about our wish list again and again and again in a public forum, you will have more of that. Absolutely. I quite often ask the schools, you need a microwave? Let's ask for a microwave. Somebody in this room's got a microwave that they're going to donate. So we just need to talk about that wish list, and I'm just concerned that, you know, if it comes monthly with each school, you know, that's just not the proper way to fund things.
Yeah.
I have some plans for that we're going to talk about.
Thank you.
Yeah. Vice Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank you, Commissioner Vice Mayor Amoroso. You echoed exactly my thoughts. I think, you know, it's we all would like to help wherever possible, whenever possible, but we have budget constraints. You know, we still have unfinished business. here in the city with respect to our capital needs and some other issues. So I'm looking forward to us having a very robust workshop or conversation about a holistic approach to seeing what, if anything, we can do for the school district. But I do want to remind my colleagues that before we have that workshop, that be mindful that the school district does have a $3 billion budget. And I'd be, I wasn't going to say anything, but I've got to ask. You know, I just find it unconscionable that 300 new students could show up on your doorstep and then not be the appropriate number of teachers to take care of it. And I have serious concerns about that, and I don't want to get into that this evening, but that's a problem. It's a real problem, and you should not have to be talking about that in public. That should have already been dealt with, and I have concerns about that. So I think we all should take a step back, let the folks come together, give us their wish lists, and let's, as a body, decide what we can best do to take our scarce dollars and put it to the best use to help out.
Mr. Hardy?
Yeah. I just want to say two things. The first thing is that it came out again that the school district of Palm Beach County is the 10th largest school district in the nation by student population. By per pupil funding, however, they are 48th in the country. So they are asked to do a job that school districts of similar size are asked to do, and they're given like a fraction of those districts' budget. And by the way, we live in a very expensive metro region, so that makes things more difficult. And then as far as the teachers, I totally understand you. I've been in that situation at a school where we didn't have enough teachers for that. And, you know, on that subject, you know, we're at a statewide teacher shortage. And it's not just a Barton issue. It's not even just a Palm Beach County issue. Here in the state of Florida, teacher pay ranks 45th in the country. I think it's actually 46th now. You know, it's one of those lists where you want to be high on the list and not low. And so, you know, a lot of these issues are unfortunately outside of this wonderful lady's hands and outside of the district's hands. And to my knowledge, the district can obviously improve in a lot of areas. And that's why we have wonderful people in office like Erica Whitfield here. But, you know, when you compare the district to districts of its size to districts with their budget on a per student basis, I think the district does a pretty good job. I would like to see activity buses not paid for out of the individual school's budget. I think that's something that maybe the district should work to do at a district level. But I understand that unfortunately so much of what should be done can't, and that's a money issue, and that's not decided, unfortunately, by the folks of the district who don't even get to set their own tax rate. You know, so.
Vice Mayor Pro Tem, if you'd wrap it up, because we've got a big agenda. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay, moving on. We've got a proclamation for the 20th anniversary for Paws on the Avenue.
Right. Is there a cake? I'm coming. I got it. Paula's already got this taken care of.
Okay.
Thank you. But you want to give me another one?
So much.
Thank
Put it
you.
on your refrigerator.
It is on the refrigerator.
All right.
Ooh, now you know this is homecoming weekend, Caroline.
And we'll be at the game.
I'm gonna be at the boat burning.
I got mine already. Thank you, Sunshine.
Who cares?
It's the boat. We burn a boat on the lake.
Well, that's a good use of your time.
Yeah.
Resources.
They're a lucky group that
Okay,
got here
Caroline,
tonight.
good hurricane.
We're not going to light that thing on fire, are we?
Whereas, on November 9th, 2019, Paws on the Avenue is celebrating their 20th anniversary as a downtown business in the city of Lake Worth Beach. And whereas downtown businesses play a pivotal role in our community by providing products and services for the well-being of our citizens. And whereas Paws on the Avenue plays a unique role in our community as it provides for the needs of our beloved animals, sometimes known as the most important citizens in our community. And whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach is pleased to recognize the accomplishments of our entrepreneurs in all sectors who choose to call our city home as they contribute to the ongoing economic development of our city. And whereas Paws on the Avenue has been especially important as they have served to assist in the adoption of many animals throughout the years by holding adoption events to help find happy forever homes for those animals who otherwise may have been left on the streets or in abusive situations. Now, therefore, I, Pam Triolo, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by the virtue of the authority vested in me, do hereby recognize Pause on the Avenue on its 20th anniversary.
Yeah, don't block the cake.
Oh, you want to put the cake up? Put the cake front and center.
Is that an actual cake?
Yeah.
It is an actual cake.
It's a dog. It's a dog-friendly cake. Dog friendly.
Friendly.
Captain Bayer he's salivating over there.
No.
It's like Pavlov's dog.
Very nice.
Half drooling.
Speech. There you go.
Yes, the cake will be in the room behind
Cake,
us.
cake is in the
Five
room.
for cake.
Cake is going to be cut, and it's going to be in the served to anyone who wants it in the room behind us by our
Very nice.
lovely assistant, Sylvina. Vanna White.
Vanna White, our own Vanna White.
There you go.
I'll have the consonants and the vowels.
There you go. How many vowels?
All right, up next, the Royal Poinciana Neighborhood Association update by Ramsey McLeod.
All right.
Come on down.
Yeah, can you run her? Yeah, thank you. Hold on, she's going to set it up for you.
She doesn't have it quite set.
Okay.
Yeah, Melissa's putting it up.
You can start.
Talk amongst yourselves.
There you go.
Did I say?
You're done.
The Royal Poinciana Neighborhood Association update by Ramsey McLeod.
Did you get it?
Almost.
What did you put on it?
Yeah.
PowerPoint.
Is it a big PowerPoint?
Yes, it is.
160,000.
Okay.
Whatever that
It's
means.
good.
I have no idea.
Sounds good. Impressive.
I got lots of pictures.
That's probably it. That's it right there.
Okay. There we are. There we are.
Okay.
Oh,
Nice.
Okay.
royal speed.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street, and president of the Royal Poinciana Neighborhood Association. And I'm here tonight to give you an update on the goings-on in our area, which is west of the city. Our boundaries are I-95, 6th Avenue South, Dixie Highway, and the south side of Lucerne Avenue. As you can see in our area, we're home to Lake Worth High School, the Harold Grimes Memorial Park. We have lots of business and restaurants and shops on Lake and Lucerne Avenues, as well as a small industrial complex just one block in from Dixie Highway. We have a very diverse group of residents in our area. Of the 3 Guatemalan dialects in our city, 2 groups of them are located in our area, and the 3rd is in Tropical Ridge. In addition to that, we have several individuals from the Caribbean nations as well in South America. We meet the 3rd Wednesday of the month at Our Savior Lutheran Church, 1615 Lake Avenue. Our meetings start around 7, lasts about an hour and a half. We always try to have a good, informative speaker. We do many events in our neighborhoods. One of our best ones is neighborhood cleanups. We do them the Saturday before Bulk Week, and we've partnered with Healthier Lake Worth, who provide these great posters. We send out an email blast and post on our page on Facebook. We have a small but dedicated group of volunteers who in October were joined by the South Grade Safety Patrol. We focus on 2 streets and the alleyway in between, and we clean up debris and trash from the south side of Lucerne Avenue all the way down to 6th Avenue South. And in addition to that, we put out bulk signs, yard signs with English and Spanish for our residents, and we're having great success with them getting their stuff out on the right day. In spring, we had a great Easter egg hunt at Our Savior Lutheran Church. We had a good turnout from the kids in the area. We gave away 3 great big baskets, and besides candy, every child went home with a glow-in-the-dark Slinky. In addition to that, we were very fortunate to have our very own local storyteller, Javier Del Sol, present, and he shared some great tales with everyone there. We had a blast. In June, we had a nice shady spot for the Mango Festival, and we enjoyed offering mango items and visiting with everyone who came to attend it. July was a raft race and parade. Our, as seen on TV, product was Beano, and being royals, we ran with it. We created the Kingdom of Fart-a-Lot. Our royal court had some quirky names, and everyone who participated in the parade got a free whoopee cushion. Our modified raft, we made it in our heat. We finished dead last, but we did arrive to shore safely. But with all those goings on, yes, we have some real concerns in our area. Number one, code enforcement. We're devastated to learn that they took shots ahead in the budget because we need them, and we need them proactive in our area. For instance, this is a lot on South D Street. It's double deep. And about 8 or 9 years ago, the city raised the back building that was there. They periodically kept it maintenance. They removed a tree that was struck by lightning. But this sat for 3 months. We opened a case on the 25th of September. Nothing has changed with this property. Trash, it's a big issue in our area. We all see it all the time. But our challenges with people from different countries and other areas don't understand the American way of our garbage handling and our fascination with our recycling. So the challenge is real. Unfortunately, seen by code, no action happens until a resident actually opens a case. Let's talk alleyways. Back in March of this year, we needed some real work done. We were very blessed to have the city come out. Not only did they grade, but they gave us this great new surface material, which is milled asphalt. That was awesome. The alleyways have never functioned better. But here comes August. Suddenly a contractor shows up. He dug up the alleyway from the back of Lake Avenue all the way to 6th Avenue South between C and D streets. And as a result, our streets are now torn up and they're beginning to deteriorate because the material's not holding. And our alleyways are like riding on the beach, which has created real issues and problems for people to navigate them. In addition to that, we discovered that the contractor had bagged 3 fire hydrants in the area. Now, I stopped by the Lucerne station because I was concerned today. They were unaware of this development. Not only that, they were concerned of the close proximities of these fire hydrants, and they're sending staff out to make sure they're bagged correctly. They're also investigating when they will be back operational, because for now they've been down for 2 months without any operating capability. However, they reassured me that whenever they go out on a call, the dispatch knows what hydrants work and don't work and guide them to the closest ones that do work. In the event of another issue, they will actually send out more trucks with more water to handle the call. Let's talk greenways. They were put in at 5th and 8th Avenue North and also 5th Avenue South. And as the city promised, driveways were put in from the street to the rear of the property to access a garage or carport. And in the first photo you see, they made a nice entryway for that little apartment in between there. However, the neighbor across the way doesn't have a garage or carport, but does have 3 trailers in the back of his yard. So the city was kind enough to give him an entryway to his neighbor's driveway, and he's able to access in and out the rear of his property that way. If you turn and look to the west, there's another driveway back to a carport. The middle picture on the bottom is 5th Avenue South with a full driveway. And the last one is North D Street at 8th Avenue. And you can see the walkway goes in between 2 residents with driveways to the rear of their property. However, when you get to 5th Avenue South, the configuration of this greenway is significantly different. The pathway is much wider and it snakes its way from South A Street to South F Street. And as you can see, there's a significant increase in the amount of landscape here. In addition to that, our driveways were put in with milled asphalt. This material is now deteriorating, rutting the driveways, leaching onto sidewalks, and piling in the street. The top picture on the right shows a resident. This house is actually located behind one on South A Street. The occupant drives down the alleyway and pulls on the grass to park in front of it. There is no driveway provision for that location. The 2 bottom pictures also show you other deteriorating driveways with the amount of landscaping that's there. The third one on the bottom actually has a full driveway the length of the property, but to access the carport, the resident has to drive over the grass. Now, these 2 driveways are the same different pictures, but they're deteriorated substantially as well. And the bottom one actually is a house on South B Street where his garage is in front of his front door, but he got an asphalt driveway that now has grass growing over it. So our concern here is we want to know where the money went for our concrete driveways. And not only that, we now feel that this greenway in particular will become one of the most expensive greenways for the city to maintain, because not only do you have increased landscaping here, now you have to maintenance these driveways. Let's talk the road project work. We all attended the meetings in our area. We're very concerned about South C Street because they race down there to get to 6th, to get to I-95, because they don't take A Street because of those traffic calming devices. We specifically requested that style of device and waited for them to come out. What we saw happening in the interim, the first 2 pictures are North C Street. As you can see, not only was the street done, sidewalks repaired, their bicycle lane was not only retained, but painted with larger stripes, so it's very visible. The last picture is Lake Avenue and South C Street. We had a little bit of a bike lane, but it no longer exists from there all the way to 6th Avenue South. On D Street, the bicycle lane is missing from Lake Avenue to 3rd Avenue South, but it still exists from 3rd to 6th Avenue South. So this has become a nightmare for these 2 streets for our residents to navigate. One, we have a very high concentration of bicyclists. For some of our residents, that's their only mode of transportation. And as always, we have children on bicycles as well. The result of this change in our road dynamic is resulting in the bicyclists taking over the sidewalks and impeding the ability of our handicapped individuals in scooters and wheelchairs to navigate in this area. It has just become a nightmare for us all. When they came to do our work, that's when we found out the city was no longer installing traffic calming devices that replicated those on A Street. But wander over to South K Street, just north of 6th Avenue. These speed humps have been installed. They're approximately 12 feet in width, and their hump is much larger. And as you can see from the damage on the top, cars have bottomed out. And I don't know about you, when I see that, I'm slowing my butt down. The bottom pictures are South C Street. This speed hump is actually 23 feet in width and depth, and the hump is much lower. And as you can see, the only damage is leakage from oil and fluids out of vehicles crossing it. High-profile vehicles, SUVs, trucks, they are not slowing down when they gun it across Lake Avenue, but are continuing to race down our streets. And the best speed hump, 5th Avenue South Greenway. It's narrower, and the hump portion in the middle is much higher. When they came to do our roadway, J.W. Tatum decided that in order to fix the deterioration of the alleyway, we needed to have a driveway front there. In order to do that, they took the entire block of sidewalk out. When it got to 1st Avenue South, the sidewalk was way too high, and they had to redo those sidewalks. 3 times to do mine. I still have puddles. People walk on my grass. My curb is uneven, and the surface is different. When they finished the roadway and it rained, we discovered there's a huge puddle now that creates from the sidewalk, from the Lake Avenue to the alleyway. And when it dries up, we have a lot of debris. Whoops, wrong direction. I'm almost done. So, what you're looking at here is a punch list that was given to the contractor that never got completed, and it's been over a year. The finished product reflects non-uniform work and a lack of enforcement by city staff to maintain a standard finished product throughout our city. We are the front yard and front door of this city, and it is not being maintained well by city staff. As a result, all residents' property is devalued when certain areas of the city are allowed to deteriorate at the hands of city leaders and department heads.
Ramsey. Ramsey. Can you go back to the 3rd slide that you started with? I think it is. The slide of the church.
Yes, sir. I don't, she'd have to get it for you.
I just wanted.
I can answer your question, though.
Well, there's no question. I just wanted the public to see that the purchase of those lots to the right of the church is you're going to be your future
yes,
playground.
what the
So that we're
commissioner is
investing
speaking
in
of
your
is
community.
to the right side of that church is an empty lot that the church has been using as a semi-soccer field for their congregants' children and children in the area. And in order for us to secure a playground space for our children, the city had no available lots for us. So the church has stepped forward, and they're working the city to lease that property across that belongs to them so that we can now have an operational playground for our children in our area.
That's one.
Commissioner Harding?
Okay.
sorry. I didn't say questions. Anybody have questions?
Yeah, we got them.
I apologize. I didn't mean to turn my back on you.
Cake is waiting.
First thing I'll say is,
Oh, yes, Mr. Hart.
city manager and I have had more than one conversation about lost bike lanes throughout the process of the road bond. We lost some bike lanes, and it's something I've harped on. South C Street is one of those issues. I would really like to not see any bike lanes lost for the remainder of the program, but obviously where we've lost bike lanes, I would like to see them restored. They serve a purpose. And what Ramsey mentioned was that when a person riding a bicycle doesn't feel safe riding in the street in accordance with the law, they break the law because they don't want to die. And so they ride on the sidewalk, and that makes it harder for people who are using the sidewalk to just walk around. And so I would really like to see those bike lanes that we've lost cataloged and then added again. The other thing is, and this is a discussion I've had with you also, traffic calming on South C Street. It was one of the first conversations I had with you after March. It's important. And by the way, not just between Lake and 6th, but also south of 6th, between 6th and 12th. That's a huge issue. Being as C Street is a one-way, and is that 6th Avenue is important to get on I-95, people do speed down it. To get to where they need to go, and we really need some traffic calming there. On the lots, I don't mean to be disputatious, Ramsey, but my understanding is that we bought those.
Thank you.
With CDBG money, which we had a discussion about. But we are trying to invest. We're not doing enough, in my opinion. We're not doing nearly enough west of Dixie Highway, but we are trying. Taking some baby steps. I'm sorry I didn't know that they were using that lot to play soccer in, but there will be a passive recreational use there, is my understanding, after the CDBG funds are expended. And my understanding is that we're spending more money than what CDBG is giving us to acquire the property, because there's some sort of tax deed for $75,000 that we have to come up with. Am I right on that?
Don't be sorry that they're using it for soccer.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
You want me to respond? Yes, we're working to actually acquire the property on the end as well. So there's some involved tax deed things there, but it is definitely coming over to city ownership as a park.
It's been funded.
The other thing, if I could just clarify, the design issues for the roads, the bike lanes, the current philosophy of the design engineers and FDOT when it comes to bike lanes, that's something I'm going to let the professionals get into, because there's some disagreements.
Yeah.
I understand that. And there's a whole design process with the neighborhood road program that goes in to try to facilitate what the neighbors and everybody wants to do. And I'm sure that process happened, maybe not to the satisfaction of everyone involved, but we can get you a full report on all those pictures that Ms. McLeod's brought forward and give you the updates on where everything is.
Have you ever received, may I please? Have you ever received those pictures before, or the complaints of those specific
I've
areas?
heard about some of the complaints. We've actually had some conversations many times, especially
Have
about,
you sent
about
them
the
to city
roads
staff
directly in front of
recently?
her house. I know that
or
I
for
know
a while?
that Jamie's been involved, Filippe's been involved, the design professionals. Everybody has been in and out of these conversations. We'd be happy to provide you with all the information on that.
Okay.
When this all started with the road project, the reason we went to the meetings was because of the traffic issues, and we have small children in our area. So when we specifically asked for those traffic calming devices, we were never told at the meeting that they were never be allowed in the city. Then a year or more than a year later, when they finally got to our area, that's when we find out the city already decided what our traffic calming devices were going to be, and they were going to put them where they wanted to. I'm not supposed to feel retaliated against because I lost the cutout in front of my property because of the speed hump that's put there. And in order to regain access to my property, I know I'll have to expend thousands of dollars to actually put in a driveway to regain access to my property. My issue is not involved with this. This is my entire area that we reside in. And the residents, I see what these changes have done to them. It's changed the flow of our traffic. We do have an extremely large number of foot traffic and bicycle people in our area because of the diversity of our population. what the city did was make a blanket rule. And I'm not dissuading FDOT's logic and sharing the road and all that, but we're a different city. We have a very diverse population here. It was working with the bicycle paths. It was working throughout the city with the bicycle paths. Maybe these people don't understand everything, but we got them to understand the bicycle paths is where the bicycles belong, and it was flowing well. We had foot traffic in the sidewalks. We didn't have any of these issues. And my biggest fear is someone trying to give space to a handicapped person on the sidewalk is just going to dart out in front of a truck on the road.
Madam Mayor,
Or
can I
a
just
car.
suggest that we bring the information that we have, that we've been operating under, and let you review that?
I would
in
like,
more
this is
depth?
because this is a present time and not an agenda item, but I'd like to personally invite you to come in and talk with me about it. And I also just want to state for the record too, that probably more than 89 to 92% of every dollar that's coming from CDBG has been spent in your neighborhood or coordinated areas.
Exactly.
So I want to say to you that we recognized years ago that it needed help, and maybe some of the solutions that they put in there weren't lasting, and we need to rectify that. But it has been my intention, and that I can say of several commissioners here, that we want things to be better for you and your community and your neighborhood, and we put the dollars behind it. We haven't ignored it. And I can say that from my heart because I was there that time, and I want to make sure that they're fixed to the satisfaction of your neighborhood. And I will love to meet with you privately. And if staff,
But who makes
if
the
staff-
decision on the Fifth Avenue South Greenway? The expenditure that the city is going to have to go through to maintain that is just, to me,
Madam Mayor.
mind-boggling.
That funding
Let's
source
give you all
was-
the information on
That
that.
funding source was a different funding source, and I'll tell you about that. That's why I want to be able to have that conversation with you, but we have other people.
No,
in
I
this
understand,
part
and I
too.
appreciate your time, and I appreciate
Thank you.
the attention that you're paying to this, because we are homeowners in this area.
Totally.
And we understand our makeup is very diverse, but we want our tax dollars to be spent in a way that everybody benefits from it. And our area shouldn't bring down the rest of the city because we're getting baby steps work done over there.
Okay, thank
It's
you.
not good enough for everybody.
I agree. Thank you.
Any other questions? I'm not going to turn my back again until you tell me I can go.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Ramsey.
Okay, we're going to go to our proclamation next, which is very near and dear to my heart. And a cake, I'm sorry, I wouldn't do it justice because these guys are, we're talking about our heroes here. And I'd like to invite everybody from the American Legion Vogel Lee Post 47. If you would like to join me up here for a picture, I sure would love to have you here because we've got a big celebration and proclamation to read here. Anyone join me?
Come on down. Come on down.
Nice
Hi
to
there.
meet
How are
you. Thank you for your service.
you? Nice to see you again. How are you?
Thank you for your service.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I know I'm a little biased, but
Yeah.
I'm so glad you all. I invited them to come here tonight because they, they're always so quiet over at the American Legion. No fanfare, no this, no that. Mayor, would you come? I'd love for you to read the proclamation. Well, what's the proclamation for? It's for our 100th anniversary here in the Lake Worth area. So they say you wouldn't mind just coming by. We're having a little party. Come over there and read the poem. I said, yeah, I'll come over and read it, but why don't you come to City Hall so we can honor you properly? So this is something that I'm very excited about, and I'm going to read this. I know you've heard of some of you have heard it before, but I want everyone at home because we're so very honored. You're our heroes right here in our community, and we love you so very much. And I'll say something else after this, but. Whereas the Lake Worth American Legion Post was founded on October 19th, 1919 by a group of prominent men in the city, and John Prince was the first commander. Whereas this post was originally named Carl Vogel Post 47 after the first local soldier to lose his life in World War I. At the advent of World War II, it was renamed the Carl Vogel Donald Lee Post 47 after Donald Lee, a local sailor who lost his life on a flight over the Philippine Sea. In 1956, the name was shortened to the Vogel Lee Post 47. And whereas in 1981, Post 47 won the title of the best all-around post in the state of Florida and also had the Fireman and the Policeman of the Year in Florida. The two recipients and Mayor Cortese were acknowledged at a ceremony in Orlando, and it was a great honor for both the Post and the city of Lake Worth. And whereas the Post's weekly bingo game held on Thursday evenings supports many projects such as helping out the local VA hospital, raising funds for needy veterans and their families, and visiting local nursing homes to cheer up the veteran residents. And whereas the motto of Post 47 is Veterans, helping veterans, helping veterans. And every member works for the good of their fellow veterans. And whereas this year, Congress enacted a bill stating that the United States has been at war really since December 7th, 1941. So any veteran of the services is eligible to join our great American Legion. Now, therefore, I, Pam Triolo, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by the virtue of the authority vested in me, do hereby recognize American Legion Vogel Lee Post 47 on its 100th anniversary.
I hope you don't think that I was one of the original members of the American Legion. I'm just a little slower than the rest of you. But we also have one of your commission members that belongs to our post, Herman Robinson, who's stuck back in the corner. We thank you, Mayor Triola, for this honor. And I'm not a politician or a public speaker, but thank everybody. And God bless the United States of America, and God bless our troops who are out every day.
So come on out to our bingo.
Yeah, come play bingo.
Here, I'm going to stand next to you on the other side. And let them in.
Herman over here. All right. Well, look this way. I know you're good. All right.
Yeah, I remember you with that camera last time.
Oh, is that what you call it?
Sylvina wants to ask the break so we can get cake.
And the tourists. We forgot to thank the mayor again for having the Veterans Day Parade again.
Yes.
Had stopped it for a couple of years and she got it started again. It's going to be this Saturday, I understand.
Yep. 11 o'clock.
At 11 o'clock.
You rewrite history.
So you all come out. And then on Monday, which is Veterans Day, you're invited to Post 47 up on North Dixie for free hot dogs and hamburgers. Start around 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Drop by and have a hamburger and a beer and live it up.
Your extended family at Paws on the Avenue would like to invite all of our hero veterans to come join us with some cake next door. And everybody in the audience, please join us.
And here is a flyer for the Veterans Day Parade. Anyone that would like one?
Thank you.
I just want to say, I
We'll
know
see you
this
Saturday.
stands that often,
Appreciate
but
it.
I just wanted to tell everybody, we brought this parade back to honor our veterans. Our community is served by so many veterans in this 7 square mile radius. If there's ever seen the, if you've ever seen the placard in our cultural plaza, right? It shows a listing of how many Lake Worth High School students and people who lived in our community that have lost their lives in service, and the families that lost their children and their husbands and their loved ones. So we can't, though life is busy, I encourage everyone here and at home to please come out on Saturday to support our veterans. We need to build this Veterans Day parade to show our support, because our community was hit back in especially the earliest days by a great number of tragedies in this community, and they continue to meet there and to serve and to honor the traditions, and we can do so much to honor them. That's one day. Bring your kids, bring your grandkids, bring everyone out and tell them what this means, because it means so much more than you can possibly imagine. Thank you. Okay. And we have one more proclamation. This is declaring November 2019 as Retinoblastoma Awareness Month. Can you join me?
Pam's Bergsma.
Pam Bergsma
Let's keep it to
is here.
5 minutes.
And as you know, she's been coming back, I know, as long as we've been here, and probably before that. And I think you might have some good news for us. Okay, well, in the meantime, I'm going to read this for you. Whereas retinoblastoma, the most common eye tumor in children, is a rare disease now occurring in 1 out of every 12,000 children. And whereas retinoblastoma is a disease that causes the growth of malignant tumors in the retinal cell layer of the eye. And whereas left untreated, retinoblastoma is almost always fatal. Therefore, early diagnosis and treatment are crucial in saving lives and preserving visual function. And whereas eye dilation examinations performed on infants at birth during the 6 to 8 week and 6 to 9 month well baby exams are vital to saving the vision and the lives of our children. Such infant eye dilation exams are extremely inexpensive. And whereas the City of Lake Worth Beach supports eye pathology screening at birth and at each well baby exam thereafter to assist in the detection of all ocular diseases in newborns, infants, and toddlers. And whereas vision and lives have been saved through awareness. Now, therefore, I, Pam Triolo, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by the virtue of the authority vested in me, do hereby proclaim November 2019 as Joey Bergsma Retinoblastoma Awareness Month.
Hey, Pam. We'll get one of those. You see your poster?
So would that picture be Pam squared?
I think it would be 2.
Oh.
Honorable Mayor and all commissioners of Lake Worth, thank you so very much for continuing to understand the vital importance of what I like to refer to as Joey's message. I'm going to go over very quickly what I learned the hardest way possible, and we'll start with the photographs. I took a picture of my grandson sitting on Santa's knee at the Boynton Mall on Thanksgiving weekend, and this odd glow in his right eye was a tumor blocking the red reflection of his retina. In dim lighting, when that flash goes off, your pupil has dilated. So the back of your eye is reflecting the light of the flash. And our retinas look like the planet Mars. They're round, reddish-orange balls. So you are taking a picture of the back of the eye. That's where the devil eye comes from. Very dark eyes do not reflect red. But still, even with the dark eyes, what you're looking for with a flash photograph, if the eyes don't look normal or they're not reflecting red, if there's an odd glow in one or both eyes, especially if it's a child, we want to tell that person to go to an eye doctor right away. Make sure that they're not losing their sight, or maybe even worse. This picture that I took of Joey would have saved his eye, his sight, and it would have saved his life. But understand, these photographs are not eye tests. Every picture you have can look normal, or eyes can reflect red. And that only means you didn't photograph an eye disease. It has nothing to do with the person's eye health. They could be going blind or worse. But if you ever do get that odd glow, be alert to it, pay attention to it, and follow through, because it could save even life. So more importantly than photographs, and we do have a 60% chance of photographing an eye disease in a child, is the direct ophthalmoscope. This is the standard of care. That did not happen for Joey. Dark room. Even with our large pupils, if they're using this and the lights are on, they cannot detect anything blocking the red reflex. You have to have a dark room even with the large pupils. So it's just a matter of a dark room in 15 seconds. This should happen from birth to 100. Stethoscope, pointed otoscope, direct ophthalmoscope. It's so simple, but it's so very important because this can save lives at any age. At any time, the back of our eye changes, just like our heartbeat will change. So at every well checkup, we should get a correct red reflex screening. It only takes just that 15 seconds, and it can save our lives as well, because you never know what's going to start to develop or when. You can't do too many red reflex screenings throughout your lifetime. So Joey did not get his standard of care at his 18-month exam. If that pediatrician would have done that, he would be 22 years old, and the eye that was removed would have 20/20 vision. And the one little girl on our poster, Lexi, will be 20 in April, and she has 20/20 vision. The second child we saved the life of was actually here a few years back when I received my proclamation. I just saw Jennifer last spring. She turned 18 on October 31st. She has a prosthetic eye, and God bless her, every time I see her, she's such a gift. She was so close to being Joey. She was 8 months old when that eye was enucleated. And if we would have done what you're going to see right now, she also would have 20/20 vision in her eye. Through Joey's death, I learned that that small pupil of the infant, there's only a 30% chance of detection with those infant eyes. We dilate the pupils of the premature babies. We're looking for retinopathy prematurity. And the gift there is those little ones, the sickest and the weakest of our newborns, if they are presenting with a retinoblastoma tumor at birth or cataracts, the #1 problem at birth with the first breath of life, thousands of our babies are presenting with cataracts, can blind as early as 2 months of age. And there are so many other eye diseases and anomalies that can be presenting with that first breath of life. And what we need to do is dilate the pupil of the healthy baby. It's so simply done. We have a video we're going to show at the pediatric level. The powers to be have asked us to do this 3 times. Yeah.
I think we've seen it before.
Hopefully we can watch it. It just takes a minute to see it.
But I don't know why it's not showing up there.
But anyway, the nurse is going to drop the drop in after she weighs the baby, right at the beginning of the well checkup. And then at the end of the exam, when the pupil is dilated,
I'm going to put some drops in her eyes.
I can hear it. Anyway, it just takes a couple of seconds to do it.
Okay, Emma. You know, open those eyes.
Oh, well, go ahead.
It's okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. You see a little itty bitty part of it. Yeah, she just put the drops in the baby. She's going to put the drop in the baby's eye. She just weighed the infant. And then at the end of the exam, when those pupils are dilated, the pediatrician will do what he's required to do anyway. He's going to make that room dark, even with dilation, and he's going to spend that 15 seconds looking at the back of the eye. So, yeah. But at the end of this exam, okay, let's just, there we go. Thank you. So at the end, this pediatrician has been doing it that filmed this for me so many years ago. I think Emma's getting ready for college right now, that little infant that you just saw. And he said it's as simple as that. He's been doing it since 1984. At the time that he did film this, he had screened over 10,000 infants in his practice, never had a parent refuse it, only been grateful for his doing it. So he's actually, what we're looking for is the cataracts. The gift is, if that child has a retinoblastoma tumor, we see it first. And this is why we all need to be alarmed. We continue to remove the eyes of these kids with retinoblastoma and Coats disease. And both of these diseases are going to glow brighter than anything else on the back of a child's eye. So if we don't detect these, then we don't see any of these problems. So for every child that ends up with a prosthetic eye due to late detection, and with retinoblastoma, every time we remove an eye, a life is jeopardized. This is a cancer that's 100% fixable and cannot kill in the eye with early detection. They can all have 20/20 vision, just like little Lexi ended up with. But if we don't look, we can't detect. And on the other side of the coin, when this cancer gets out of the eye, it's a 0 survival rate. It becomes the worst pediatric cancer a child can have. So we need to embrace the first disease, the 100% treatable eye disease. This is one we can fix. And I was on the road with Joey. We had a 1.5 years of miracles, and I learned a lot. And one thing I can say in my old age, I don't know a lot of things, but I do know this. We can fix this. God has shown it to me over and over again. And we fix it simply when we fix it for these babies, because healthy eyes begin at birth. When we add this little, it costs pennies to do this. The nurse is getting paid by the hour. The pediatrician is supposed to do what this pediatrician did. And we are going to ensure all of our children the best sight possible, starting at birth. And most importantly, what happened to Joey will never be allowed to happen again. And that's what the Infant Eye Care Bill is about. Senate Bill 46, House Bill 67. We got some good co-sponsors on there when I was in Tallahassee 2 weeks ago, but we have to do more. We need a lot more of our representatives and senators signing on to this bill. Everyone needs to call and ask, please, co-sponsor and urge them to allow this bill to be heard. I do not want to see.
What was the House bill number again?
It's 67. Yeah, and the Senate bill is 46.
That one, okay.
Yeah, so I know if we work together, 2020, this isn't a coincidence that this came back all these years later. We haven't had an opportunity to fix it since 2007, and now 2020, and this is what we want for all of these little ones, 2020 sight, just like Lexi has. And we can do this. And please, let our children have their right to sight. That's what it's about.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
I leave my papers under there when I was reading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
That's-
another paper.
Somehow.
Thank you all so much. Commission liaison reports and comments, and I'm going to ask that you keep them brief because we've got a long agenda this evening. Commissioner Robinson,
20 years.
anything for the liaison report?
Just quickly, I wanted to congratulate the Lake Worth High Trojans band efforts at Bryant Park. Hope everybody shows up at the parade. CRA did a great job for the Day of the Dead. And that's it.
Vice Mayor?
I'll try to keep it short and sweet. First of all, behind the scenes, Sylvina makes us look great, and I want to wish her happy birthday. I know you're listening out there. She's still here. So happy birthday, Sylvina. She makes us look good up here. CRA, Day of the Dead, great event. Veterans Day Saturday, please come out. I was very happy to attend last night College Park, and we had great discussions on vacation rentals. Thank you for inviting me, College Park. I also attended the BDB board, Palm Beach County Business Development Board, Palm Beach County League of Cities Board of Directors and luncheon. I did my 4 hours of ethics training in Lantana. That was always fun. Herman and I cut the ribbon at, pronounce that.
It's a baguette.
It's a baguette. It's a new little French bistro. They actually bought Lake Worth PD.
They own,
the place.
they have two businesses side by side.
And it's more of a French crepe place. Great new location for the city of Lake Worth Beach, so we cut the ribbon there. And last but not least, I attended, Erica Whitfield had the, her school board, Lake Worth Beach Community Collaborative Early Childhood Education meeting. I attended that. We need more people there. Next meeting's in December. Please look for that. I won't be in town, so I'm hoping some other electeds from Lake Worth Beach will attend. That's all I got.
The first thing I'll do is explain why most of us were late. The mayor made lasagna. You know, that's an occasion to take a little bit longer to get up here to this dais than usual. I think you're lucky that we're all still awake. I attended South Florida Regional Planning Council. It's always very interesting. You get folks with lots of information from other counties. You get to see how other counties handle certain issues, whether it's affordable housing, whether it's transportation, or what have you. And so hopefully we'll see some, you know, my feeling is probably the most progressive county when it comes to housing and housing affordability is Miami-Dade County. They have the weird situation where their county is at the forefront pushing all this wonderful affordable housing policy, and the cities are behind. In Broward, it's kind of a mix. And here, cities have taken the lead when it comes to that, and the county's kind of behind when it comes to both affordable housing and transportation. So hopefully we can get some movement on some of those issues. I think it's great to talk with other electeds about how they solve problems in their community. And that'll be it for me.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, my condolences to the Golden family, Commissioner Golden's family. I saw the article in the paper today. I didn't see any mention of services. Or so, could I put it upon the city manager to find out if there are going to be services, and if so, I think it would be appropriate for the city to send at least a flower arrangement or something, some form of representation. And would you let us know what the arrangements are and if we can fit into our schedules, if they're going to be local or whatever? So again, I served with Commissioner Golden, and of course we didn't always agree on things, but God bless her. She battled long and hard against cancer. She did a hell of a job, and God bless her. And she's in a better place now. Kudos to city staff and volunteers for the Halloween event for the Munchkin kids last week at Bryant Park. And it was a great time. I got there at my appointed time that I was supposed to be there, and I thought, oh geez, I don't know if it's going to work out real well, but it ended up very well. The place was packed. There was just tons and tons of kids, and great costumes. We had some costume contests. Of course, the judging was suspect. I don't know what was going on with the judging, but just saying. And but I think a good time was had by all, and the kids stuck around it and watched on the giant screen. What was it, Goonies? Well, not Goonies. What was the name?
Hocus Pocus.
Hocus Pocus. Bette Midler and company. Yeah. So a good time was had by all. So it keeps getting better and better. And finally, I want to wish everybody. This will be the only meeting, commission meeting we'll have this month. I want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. Hope that you'll have the opportunity to spend it with your friends and loved ones, and that just don't eat too much. Okay, but happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
Thank you. TPA meeting coming up this Thursday, and also our Halloween event was terrific. Staff did an amazing job. Really was great. Between the trunk or treat, the zombie run, I was at all of these things. And then the costume contest, the kids costume contest, the pet costume contest, and then I got sick and passed out after all. So it was a wonderful event. I'm so proud of everybody that gets involved in these things. You know, the one thing that I love when new people come to the community and they say, you know what, it's this is why I love living here. You know, and they come to something like that and they see the kids running around, and you know, and there's residents dressed up like zombies chasing the kids. You know, there was one guy who was really a little too into it. I was worried he was going to attack me, but it's just what makes us so special. So your participation and help with those events really gives people that grassroots feel. On top of, you know, I know you all want us to be, you know, cutting edge and state of the art and with it sometimes, but sometimes just the most basic and genuine things really make a difference in people's lives, and that's something that I think Lake Worth Beach does very well. So thank you all very much for that. All right, public participation of non-agenda items and consent agenda items. Teresa DeVoe,
Wait,
followed by Peggy Fisher.
Hi, I'm Teresa DeVoe, and my address is 1106 South Palmway. I didn't know this was going to be a recurrent evening on speaking about gas, but I'm here to speak about sewer gas. Hydrogen sulfide is dangerous even in low levels. Prolonged exposure to sewer gas can cause irritability, headaches, fatigue, sinus infections, bronchitis, pneumonia, loss of appetite, poor memory, and dizziness. It affects people and pets that are exposed to it over a long period of time. So I bring this up because for several years in the south end of the city, South Lakeside and South Palmway, we have been dealing with sewer gas. Many of our residents on several occasions have addressed the Public Works Department about this issue. In the beginning, it was unpleasant odors in the streets and into our homes, and now it is horrible the smells that come into our homes and into our streets. Every time we call the city, they put like Band-Aid solutions on them. It takes care of it for a little while, and then it's back. And when it comes back, it comes roaring back, and it's horrible. We live between the lift station that's south of us and the pump station that's north of us, and the line goes under the street on Lakeside. It is our belief that the system that is there now no longer can accommodate the capacity that's flowing through there. Lines to the south and the west have been added on over the years, and apparently when the lift station kicks in, don't know how that works, not my forte, but it flows. And this is not, as she was talking about, a fart in the room that dissipates. This is fermenting human waste that is displacing the gas into our homes, into our streets, into our backyards, and it's affecting our health. Many of the residents are suffering from chronic sinus infections, chronic headaches. When it's really bad, it's nauseating, and you cannot even open the doors and the windows because it's in the yard and it's in the streets. You can see sewage right under, it's all the way up to the top of the manholes when it's flowing. I don't know if that will hold it down all the way, but you can actually see it flowing. So our request is that the city retain a civil engineer to figure out a permanent solution, not these Band-Aid solutions like pouring more peroxide into the sewer system, because it's starting to affect our health and our lives and our homes.
Thank you. Peggy Fisher, followed by Anna Maria Windish Hunt.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. I tried to find backup for this meeting in the places that I have access to, given that I work 8 to 5, which pretty much eliminates getting to any city building because I work 9 miles west of here. The library had no backup on Saturday because it was still at City Hall according to staff. We need to do a better job putting backup for these meetings, since there's such ADA problem with PDF files. We either need to find out how to do ADA compliant PDF file so you can put it online, or you need to find more ways to make it available to the public. We're better than this. We need to make this information available to our residents, all of us who are interested in knowing what you all are going to discuss every night. And I get an email that has preliminary staff write-ups, but all the other material is not available unless you go to City Hall, the annex, or the library, which is only 6 hours on a Saturday, and that's it. And that's not being very accommodating to our residents. And I urge you all to be better than that and figure out ways, whether it's put copies at Compass, whatever you need to do to make it more accommodating. I also wanted to provide some information to everyone, the public, about an organization, a nonprofit organization called DonorsChoose.org. It is a nonprofit that works with public school teachers to create projects and fund these projects for their schools. It is nationwide. It's up to the teacher to reach out. And we have teachers for our schools here in Lake Worth, Barton Elementary being one of them. And you can give $1, you can give $5, you can fund the whole thing if you want. And that's a way all of us can help our schools. When I was closing a PAC, the money could be contributed to nonprofits. So I contributed that money and spread it amongst the elementary schools in this city, Lake Worth High School, and I encourage anyone who wants to make a donation. It doesn't have to be big, because you can read the projects. And they get matched. Sometimes they'll be matched by the Melinda and Bill Gates Foundation. So every $1 you give, they give $1. So it's matched and it reduces the cost to you. And I just want to encourage everyone, whether you're on the commission or in the public, that that's a good way to help our schools.
Anna Maria, followed by Joseph Torres.
Good evening, commissioners, mayor, city manager. Two things, maybe a third. The CRA, once again, can you please move them over here? The last meeting I attended, I said something because I didn't understand, because I couldn't hear properly, and their attorney flipped out on me. It was totally rude, and there's no video or voice from that, but I just want you to know, I think they need to be here. A 6-minute meeting, rubber stamping everything is just not good enough. Anyway, that's the CRA. Now to the pool. Once again, it's your legacy that you're going to leave with us. And with now the legislature saying that all children in Florida need to take swimming lessons. This is really important for us. And I will leave you with this. In the last week and a half, we lost 2 children. One was from Barton Elementary School.
Joseph Torres, followed by Todd Townsend.
Hi, I'm Joseph Torres, 512 North H Street. I just have a couple of things to say. I want to say, can I get a piece of lasagna, please? I'm like Garfield. But I'm actually here because of the traffic. This past Saturday, our street is busy. Of course, Commissioner Hardy, you're aware of it. The police use it. That we need our paramedics and so forth. We're the main artery out for them. But we have constant high speeding. A cat was run over this past Saturday. I had to take a shovel and scrape it up, put it in a bag and a dumpster, and it broke my heart to see it happen. And it could have been a kid. Flatbed just barreled on down the road. We don't have enough stop signs, and I feel A West, North A West of 10th is a quiet business district, and they got nice speed bumps up there, but we are the busiest streets, H streets, North H, from 2nd to 10th. We need more stop signs. We need more speed bumps, please.
Todd Townsend, followed by John McCann.
Hi, Todd Townsend, 502 South J Street. Good to see everybody. Hope everybody's getting ready for a nice set of holidays and all that good stuff. I just want to say 2 things. First, the spot that you've chosen to put the bus stop is so bad. That's such a bad idea. Let's put the bus stop in the northeast corner of the Green Market area so that the bus comes down, turns left onto A1A, goes down to the fire station, turns around, comes back, and we have a little opening right there so they can get into that Green Market area. Boom, that's where the bus stop should be, and then right back out over the bridge so that the bus can get in and get out so that they won't have to deal with 2 risings of the bridge. And I know I already said that, but I just want to say it again. And the other thing is that I think that you all should try to get our money back from the CRA so that they don't build that crazy building in the back of, on the parking lot, which is going to ruin the continuity of the parking lot that we do have, which is going to make it so that the CRA can then build another great big parking lot in one spot, looking over everybody's world, so that we can take that money and build a very nice visitor center at our beach. And so that's going to be part of our tourist magnet, which is what we really need. We need to move into a little bit of tourism. So thank you very much. Everybody have a great set of holidays. Thanks.
Mr. McCann?
Can I ask something, please?
What, you need a.
I forgot to ask. The bike lanes too. We need.
Okay, thank you. Normally I'd throw you out of here, but you're going. Sorry, sir.
Good evening. My name is Fitzjohn McCann. I took the liberty of emailing all of you my story today. I don't know if any of you had a chance to see it. You didn't. Okay. I have a long history with Lake Worth. I went to Palm Beach Junior College when I got out of the Marine Corps. I lived in Lake Worth when it was a wonderful little city. It's still a wonderful little city. I helped Jack Miller build Miller's Ale House all over Palm Beach County. I helped employ a lot of people. And through those years, I became a very bad alcoholic. I lost everything to alcohol. 4 years ago on Halloween, I became sober. And I came down here to get with the people that are struggling and start a really powerful rehab. I was hired to be a manager of a halfway house on 1031 J Street. And it was a sham. It was a scam. And I was living there, working with the addicts. I had a rental agreement from the mortgage company that had taken over the property from the halfway house. 2 Mondays ago, I believe it was October 13th, the sheriffs came by without any warning, told me to vacate the premises, left everything behind, my dentures, my birth certificate, everything I own, and said, you can come back tomorrow and get all your property. In fact, they arrested me, charged me with trespassing when I had a rental agreement. They released me a few hours later, told me to go speak to Yolanda Robinson, the code manager of the city. I went to speak to her, and she said I had to get a lawyer to sue her to get my property back. I believe I was improperly arrested and kicked out of that property. I want my property back. I'm a United States Marine. I came down here to do some good work. I was moved by all the teachers, and everything you guys are doing is wonderful. It's all about the children. That woman was slighted because we didn't leave the building. She was insulted. So she seized my dentures, so I look like a second-class citizen. I can't even speak properly. I can't present myself. I can't get a job. I came down here. I'm very connected to Judge Marks. Krista and Joseph Marks, Palm Beach County, know me very well. I came down here to get on the lecture tour. I came down here to do something. And they treated me like a homeless bum. And I just want something done about it. And that's my story.
Thank you, sir. I'd like you to talk to staff later if you could stay. Thank you. Elizabeth Gugasian, is that?
No, that's a discussion that has to be done without people around.
Okay. Okay, I'd love it if you would meet with us after. Okay.
Everything that's going on and who's getting stabbed and
Is that
who's
Detroit?
getting robbed and
I would love for you at our break, if you could meet with Captain Bear. He would love to chat with you. Okay, thank you. Tammy Panza?
Hi, Tammy Panza, 160 North L. I want to reiterate, I say this almost every time I come up here, we need to do better for the citizens and residents of the neighborhoods with getting this website back in order. You guys have been very helpful or are getting on the ball with trying to get stuff out that's requested. I made a request a little while ago to have all the city board meeting agendas and backup sent to me. I haven't been getting all of those, but I've been getting the city agendas. This particular agenda is very, very important. It's very serious. There's a lot of major decisions. There's referendum items. Didn't receive the agenda until yesterday morning at the beginning of my work week. Didn't receive the basic, this handwritten agenda until Friday night at end of day. So it's not enough. And I look for it. I call for it. I ask for it. I harass people to death about it. I apologize seriously, but I'm seriously interested, and I want to share that with people. Other people don't have this same knowledge, so anyone that wants to know something in the city should be able to go to the website, be able to search and find something. Basic stuff. An agenda that has more than adopt the 5-year capital plan F year 2020 to 2024, and that's it, with no basic description. Even if we had just a little agenda of what's going on, what the heck does that mean? Any of our ballot language should not be misrepresenting or misleading people. Like the thing that's coming up where we're going to be selling a building downtown. It's like, in order to benefit the city, let's sell this building that we really don't need. Caveat, we really do need office space in order to benefit the city. But it's really a building that's part of a bigger chunk that's going to be put with another couple chunks that can change the whole face of our city. And we should know about it, and we should have a right to talk about it. So I want to have the citizens and the residents, give them the ability to discuss and have an input, rather than having this sort of misleading stuff that we get on Friday the night before or Monday morning when the meeting's Tuesday. There's other people out there who should know. There's other people out there who don't give a care. But the people that do care should have the ability, if they ask for it, to get this information. And I know you're going to come back at me with, oh, it's ADA. It doesn't mean we don't have still the right to know should we ask for it. And it doesn't mean we don't have the right to go to a web page and find it. Even in a minimalist, more fleshed out version than just item 12A, how do you vote? Well, what does that mean? See if we can do better on this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, are there any more public comment cards?
No, Madam Mayor.
Seeing there are none, we'll move on to the approval of the minutes.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Consent agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now we're going to move on. I'd like to take a brief break, and then we'll go on to the next item, okay? Thank you very much. We'll be right back, folks.
want to get involved with the community.
I do.
Okay, I want to speak to the kids about
We're a community of people.
my story. You read the email I sent to all of you guys. My story is really good, and I want to tell it to everybody.
Did you see it?
Madam Mayor, it's 7:59.
If everyone would please find their seats, please.
Your seat is missing.
Your seat's missing you.
But it wasn't. It was
I waited the wrong time to hit the
I know, that's okay.
Who turned my light on?
I did. I thought you left it on by mistake.
No, I-
You don't want that battery to burn out. I heard about that too.
No, well, I'm just saying.
Just saying.
The one I called in.
Now you don't tell them that.
All right, we're on. We're live.
We are? Okay. Oh, yeah.
No, but I need that.
Zombies.
Because
Are we
it's-
live?
That's a relative term.
Madam Mayor, we are live.
Okay, let's resume this lovely meeting.
I'll tell you.
Okay, we're going to move on to unfinished business, and that is adopt the 5-year capital plan for 2024.
Madam Mayor.
I see a light.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Unfortunately, you weren't here the last time this issue came before us, and this issue ended at 2-2 stalemate. So I'm going to go ahead and make the same motion again and to accept the city's 5-year plan as presented by city staff for adoption.
Second.
I have a question. Now that we have a motion in a second. I watched the meeting very carefully. It was entertaining. One thing, I understand both sides of the discussion a lot, and I appreciate everyone's input on the different things. The one thing that confused me, and maybe staff can help me understand this, the actual appropriations that went on afterwards that I saw got passed, right? I just want, I'm bringing this up because I'm confused as to the arguments were being used for the 5-year plan when the appropriations, and correct me if I'm wrong, city manager, if you could help me with this.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
The appropriations are the actual appropriations for funds to be used and ready to go. Is that correct? Okay. The 5-year plan, in my recollection, is always a moving document that can be added to, changed, amended, and whatever, right? So I would have thought coming out of that, what was a contentious meeting, that the 5-year plan would have been passed. I'm just giving you my thoughts on that meeting, okay? That the 5-year plan would have been passed because it involved not a lot of the things we discussed during the penny sales tax that came up in this conversation prior to that. And the 5-year plan was an easy pass, and the appropriations would maybe be an issue if other things had passed or been added to the 5-year plan. Is that not correct? So while I've been supportive of a pool and discussions in the past about the pool, and I understand you're saying it not being part of the 5-year plan, again, a lot of the stuff that was in that penny sales tax discussion was not in the 5-year plan. A couple of the little smaller projects were, but nothing major was in there. So the 5-year plan is not what I have an issue with because that can be amended at any time and anything can be changed, added, deleted, and has been in previous years. So if you want to make a statement, and I know how much this board likes to make statements, I'd like to try to make this 5-year plan make a difference as opposed to just a statement by appeasing some of both sides, if I could. And I brought them up in the one that you dubbed hysterically, the Triolo Compromise. I'm going back to the Triolo Compromise in saying that I would like to direct staff to appropriate, not in the to come back with a 5-year plan that appropriates much of the discussion that we had the last time, which was if the staff could appropriate and add it to the 5-year plan in the proper category of where the funding would come from, the 1.5 million for the motor pool, the 5 million for the roads and sidewalks, 900,000 for cybersecurity, the 1.295 for the government projects that were deemed public safety issues or whatever, and then 6 million for the pool. I would like them to be put into an appropriation, which is an actual funding for something, right? With its funding source, the penny sales tax. And that gives us a starting point, and that could be added to the 5-year plan. So there are dollars allocated there for all of those things, which include city funding. And then also, just to put a side note, the $2.7 million that would be replaced by any development on that CRA project would go towards a parking facility or surface parking or a parking structure of some kind.
Madam Mayor, just a point of clarification. You mean 1.8 million?
1.8, I'm sorry, I had 2.8. I had 2.8 and 1.8. 1.8 million, sorry, for parking. These are the needs. I'm just going to express this, and you can have it, as I'm sure you will. But these are the needs that were expressed by the city, by each and every one of you, that we discussed in different things. And this was a combination of someone saying, well, how could you put money into a pool when the roads need to be? The roads, $6 million. Okay? I'm just going to be finished. We're addressing everything that staff said that they needed, everything that I know that we've wanted, and we know we're going to be continuing on in reference to the pool discussion. We're going to be continuing on with talking about RFPs, ITNs, triple Ps, public-private partnerships. We're going to be talking about all those things in there, but I'm asking you as a sign of good faith to make sure that city projects can move forward that need to be attended to by staff, and I'm asking you to consider that. Vice Mayor Pro Tem.
Madam Mayor, the motion was to accept, what's the total dollar value for the city's 5-year capital plan? About $18 million?
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, the total 5-year for the capital program, which includes the utilities as well as the general fund, is at 151,600.
How many?
I'm sorry, 151 million.
No. The 5-year cap, we take out the electric utility plan. I'm talking about
this is all the
general
funds.
government. Remember, we had 2 or 3 meetings ago, you gave us a list. There were of city capital needs that was around roughly $18 million.
It was 16,070,000.
I don't believe that was the number, but
please.
Well,
I believe the number was 18 million, and we only had available 16 million for the sales tax money. I think there's a $2 million gap.
We brought to your workshop when we discussed this item back on the 10th, I believe it was, a figure that was in that range. Vice Mayor Pro Tem. That was in that range of 18, I believe. But
Okay,
Bruce is double
and that's that's what's on our agenda this evening. Am I correct?
Those numbers, I believe, are contained in there in the full 5-year plan. If you segregated them out.
What I'm asking you is the full 5-year plan.
Is multiple million.
That is not utility related is about $18 million.
Plan that we're set to approve
he's
today is
confirming.
$151 million.
He's confirming that.
It's 151,600,000.
I just want to make sure that the utility piece, that's not the part I'm concerned about, because, Madam Mayor, you're talking about the capital needs as far as the general government operations are concerned. That's what you were referring. You were not speaking to the utility portion of the capital.
Madam Mayor, this 5-year utility plan, capital improvement plan contains all the capital, including in this fiscal year, you have things like the neighborhood road program. There's $13 million in there. There's grant funds, there's IT funds, and there's all the various capital needs across all of our funds. So he's asking, I believe, if I understand correctly, out of that, does it contain the $18 million in the projects that we had originally presented at the workshop? Because that was having a conversation about the general government only. And that was where the relationship to the sales tax conversation.
And the answer is?
And the answer is?
It's 174.
I'm not worried about the utility piece.
Okay. The total capital, I'm just rounding up, it's $175 million for the whole, all in. Of that, $140 million is for the utilities.
So there's $31 million in this capital fund plan for 5 years, $31 million.
And then, as the city manager was describing, there's, for example, $13 million of the current bond proceeds that we appropriated.
And 31 million minus 13 million is 18 million, which is the number I was looking for.
There you go.
Okay, so I'm feeling much better about myself right now.
Bart would be proud.
Yeah. So, anyway, Madam Mayor, as I started to say, the motion was to approve it as presented by the city. And again, and as you rightfully stated, you know, the capital plan is just that. It's a roadmap. It's a, you know, this is the direction we'd like to go. Okay, there's no necessarily any appropriations that goes with that at this time. We'll have to make separate decisions, separate votes on the appropriations, on the utilities, on the $13 million. Well, that's already been appropriated, but whatever we do going forward. So I guess what I'm getting at is I'm not sure where you were headed with your comments with respect to my motion, because it's really not relevant to the motion.
Madam Mayor.
Commissioner Hardy?
I'll explain why, you know, voted against the original motion last meeting in light of your comments, which were clarifying. The capital plan was, for me, more controversial than the appropriations, because in the appropriations process, we could simply choose not to appropriate funds for stuff, right? So I think, you know, last time what ended up happening was, you know, the things that I felt were completely and utterly uncontroversial, you know, the things that weren't a part of a larger negotiation that didn't require larger trade-offs, I was okay appropriating. And I think that's what, you know, we ended up did, you know, and that 80%, you know, where we agreed, and we left alone the 20% where we didn't agree as far as the appropriations. That included basically all the stuff related to the penny sales tax, right? That's where we don't agree. All the other stuff we pretty much agreed on, and we allowed that stuff to be appropriated. The capital plan was, for me, controversial because it is precisely what Commissioner Maxwell says it is. It's the roadmap, it's the direction that we're going. And so, you know, I think, you know, the direction that we're going is a city that has a pool. And I was concerned because it didn't include that at all in the capital plan. There are plenty of things in this capital plan that don't have, you know, like a source of funding for them here. You know, some of these items, right? And so I understand there's not everything in this capital plan is funded, right? And so in light of that, you know, I recognize that we're having a funding discussion about the pool, but we all agree that, well, there was a majority of us that agreed that we need a pool. So I didn't see why that wasn't included in there, given that there are other things that are included in there that we couldn't agree how to fund, right? And so that was why I did not want to see this capital plan passed, because I felt it should include a pool. And I can't put that in there the way that I was able to take out the other things in the appropriation process. And so I can't support this motion tonight. Now on your compromise, which might not be germane to this individual item, but it's certainly germane to the discussion, which is larger than this item, which is why I'm glad that you brought it up. I would personally like to see somewhere between, you know, 9.5 and 6, you know, some midpoint, whether that's 7.5, 8, for the pool. I would like to see that. And I could get on board with that. I would get on board with a plan today that had $8 million for the pool. And you know, as far as compromise goes, my number was 9.5.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
So, well, I'm sorry, but point of
order. The motion is to adopt the capital plan. It's not for you to negotiate a dollar value.
The mayor brought the item up.
I brought the item up, so
Right.
he's allowed to.
Right. So
comment on that.
I'm
Let's
just
not
addressing
go
what
on
the
a
mayor
roll.
said. So I would embrace a compromise that included a number for the pool that's closer to 8, which is certainly off my number of 9.5. But that's yeah. So I can't support the motion.
Mr. Robinson?
I want to thank you for talking about compromise, Mayor. You've always been about the pool. It's not in our 5-year plan. It was a plan that we've spent a lot of money and a lot of conversation and haven't really sat down and decided what we want. So thank you for compromising from 14 million to, and I'm going to say 7.5 million as a set aside that we can then have a meeting at the, I'm going to say kitchen table again, because we haven't had that kitchen table conversation yet, and then decide what we want and hopefully spend less than 7.5. But if we don't get to the table and decide what we want, and we're talking a lot more than just the pool, but we will get a, I know that you campaigned and promised the public a pool and are willing to compromise out of a project that is many times more than that. But if we can set aside 7.5 million from the penny sales tax and move forward, knowing that the community's investing in the future, I would be in favor of the budget. But if we don't even have it as a line item and talk about the future without our oceanfront park included.
A point of order. We continue to go down this hole about appropriating money for a pool. The motion, the item on the table is to approve the capital plan. Why can't we stick to the motion on the table?
Well, my point was, excuse me, but I was, and my point was that we don't have a line item if we have a 5-year plan and don't have anything about our oceanfront park. I can't be in favor of it.
Well,
just as a line item.
There are monies appropriated for the beachfront property in this capital plan.
We can, I heard your arguments the last time, so we don't have to rehash them. I'm just going to say to you, and I want both sides to understand this very clearly, okay? You need 3 votes to get anything through. Now, I'm telling you what I started at the beginning of this conversation to say. Number 1, the 5-year plan is a moving document, okay? Staff needs this direction to get work done. I don't have to add a pool or add anything or petition anybody to do anything to approve this plan. Staff needs to move ahead, and any numbers or projects can be added to that. So, despite the fact that I'm on your side and your side about a pool, I don't have to approve anything so staff can move on and do with their job. And that's what should have been done the last time, in my personal opinion. Okay?
Madam
No, let me finish. I also know that I'm trying to stand with you in solidarity by saying that I want monies appropriated to that. And you can't say, I can't walk into a store and say, I want that $5,000 whatever and have $3,000 in my pocket to do it. I understand that. But at the same time, we have serious needs of the city that have to get accomplished. And when I came up with that compromise, that was to say, we respect staff, our professionals that we hire. They need these things to be addressed and to be taken care of. And we can't slack on that responsibility. I also ponied up by giving you that $6 million figure for the pool because the casino building costs $6 million, the entire casino building. And then this county gave another $7 million for the land and the park, or $5 million was? $5 million for the park or whatever. And I'm giving roads, which I care about and have cared about since the moment I got here, our infrastructure, the same $6 million. When I talk about a compromise, I'm talking about being fair across the board so that everybody feels the love of the sales tax. And we still haven't even explored business models, triple Ps, all the other things and conversations that we'll need to have to support a pool model to work. If you want a statement, the statement is put money on it, let it sit there and stay there. It can change, it can go up, it can go down, depending on who comes to the table to help do that project. If you want to make a statement, then this is the time to make this statement. If you care not to and just wing it and hope that you get the vote the next time for something and not have any money there to do it, then you can take that risk. But staff needs to get some of these jobs done. They need to take care of some of this maintenance and stuff immediately. They need dollars appropriated for it. And if I have to approve this without a pool, I'm going to approve this without a pool.
Madam Mayor.
You're not making any compromise with what I'm saying the last couple of times. And I've been on your side. And I understand you moved down $1 million or whatever.
$1.5 million.
There's no dollar amount to say what a partner comes on board with this project, what they would afford to pay. And this capital plan, as I've stated 3 times now tonight, this capital plan is a moving document, meaning funds become available from other sources or other revenues. We can change that plan to accommodate whatever that plan is, up or down. It's a starting point, and it would be a really good optical situation to say that you're in support of something you want it done, to actually maybe get that added to the capital plan, to make a statement that you're allocating dollars towards it, and we can work towards getting that done with a proper partner and a proper business plan. And staff still gets what they want. That's the right thing to do.
Madam Mayor?
Commissioner Hardy?
Okay, so respectfully,
Understood.
I would have to dispute that we're not compromising at all, because Commissioner Robinson and I both started with a number that was much higher than the number we're throwing out. And I believe almost every meeting we've had where we've discussed the pool, our number has come down in an effort to compromise. And so while I think at this point we're talking about compromising on the compromise, but I really think that we should have a number that's closer to 8. That's higher than 6, closer to 8. And as far as this capital plan is concerned, what staff really needs to get the work done is an appropriation. And we've given them the appropriation for almost everything in the capital plan. The capital plan is itself a kind of statement. And I don't want to make a statement about the future of the city that doesn't include the pool, or that includes the pool at a number that someone else can go back and say, well, we shouldn't appropriate 7.5 or 8, because here we have a capital plan that we all approved and voted for, and you guys said 6.5. I guarantee you, if we approve a capital plan that says 6.5, someone's going to come back and say, if we were to try to increase that number to 7.5, well, here you guys approved it at 6.5. I don't want to put myself in a position to say that I voted for something and I want to revise it upward. That's not a tenable position for me to be in, and maybe that's a result of a lack of trust. But again, I said last meeting I didn't want to be a sucker. I would not feel comfortable putting something in at less than 7.5, and that's $2 million off of my original number. So I'm trying to compromise, and I recognize that we're trying to compromise, and maybe the difference between 6 and 7.5 or 8 can come from the CRAs paying us back for those lots that we gave them money to purchase, because I really do not see at all. And I was speaking with a guy, I won't name him here. He works in the city of West Palm Beach. He rides bicycles a lot. He's from Lake Worth. He's a planner, and he works for their downtown, their DDA. I asked him point blank whether we need a parking garage here in the city. He said, look, I know the city. I grew up here. I'm a planner. This is what I do. I have no idea why the city of Lake Worth would ever need a parking garage. I don't see why we need to spend $1.8 million on carbon emissions infrastructure in the downtown, when we should really figure out how to ration the parking spaces that we have. So maybe rather than repurposing that 1.8 to parking, when we get that money back, we put it towards the pool, and that bridges the gap between 6 and 7.5.
Well, I think that, again, when we talk about the budget process, and Bruce, stop me if I'm saying anything wrong. Again, I always go through this every year and say, remember, this is a moving document. It's a moving document. And at the end of every year, we have money left over, or we have money here that didn't get spent on one project, and that project gets rolled over. We've got, many of these projects are not funded in here. My concern is that roads, we're coming to the end of our road bond project. Roads need that $6 million. You know what I mean? That we're coming to we could do the next numbers in the road projects to make sure that we're maintaining the roads properly. That $6 million to me is well spent. The motor pool, it ticks me off every time I know how long we've waited for that building. That building needs to get done tomorrow. without anything. Was that in the, I'm sorry, I forgot if that was not in there. Shame on us. That building should have been done yesterday, and I'm crazy about it. Okay, Riviera Beach, whatever cities, what else cities do we have to look at in regards to cybersecurity? This city needs top-notch, state-of-the-art cybersecurity. We don't want to be a victim to any type of cyber activity that's going to take us down. You know what it does? It not only depletes our services here as a city, it depletes our knowledge about our long-serving people with pensions in the city and private documents and things. We can be held ransom for those types of things, and we were antiquated 8 years ago, tried to get up to speed. We need to step up the next level and make sure that's taken care of, and our employees, our citizens, and everybody are prepared. These things should be in this plan, and the reason I'm bringing them up to do that is because they should be done now. And I understand the pool. Nobody wants a pool more than me. What I'm saying is that these are all moving documents. They're not set in stone. They can be amended. And if you want to make a statement, put money in the kitty, get it in the 5-year plan. We'll start to bring in business partners. You can't say that you need X amount of money when you haven't. You're not running your own businesses. You don't know what it's like to you have the plan for what the pool design was or what it's going to cost for that pool, but you don't have a business plan in place yet to know who's going to be a viable partner. How much money are they willing to spend? Are they a resort? Are they a restaurant group? Are they a this? Are they willing to do the build out themselves? How much are they willing to do? In New York, they'll do a build out. They don't even have to own a building. They'll come in and do a building and spend X amount of dollars to brand their brand in whatever and create a viable. We haven't even had those professional discussions that go into successful businesses. So the pool itself, we're not talking about all those things. I'm trying to ask you to please think sensibly about getting it in there, getting staff to the projects that need to get done for the city. And the reason I use the $6 million and not the $7.5 million or the $9 million or the this is because that's what's left after the city gets what it needs to do what it needs to do.
Madam Mayor.
And it's a real number. When that city, Miami Lakes, did a whole project. They did a pool, they did a recreation center, they did a concession stand, and a splash pad, and all of that for $5 million just a couple of years ago.
Madam Mayor.
So $6 million is more than that, and it still opens the discussion, and we can have the future roundtables and discussions and things, and get the business plan working so we can be a professional.
Madam Mayor.
Commissioner Hardy.
Our expert who we hired gave us a number that was much higher than that. And so I don't know how they did what they did for that number. It wasn't on the ocean. Also, labor costs just over the past 4 years have gone ridiculous. To build anything, I mean, you can't build a bathroom today for what it cost 5 years ago because labor is so scarce. And so, you know, I would be wary of using what some other city has done in a different location. I would be wary of using that number.
But but don't we always ask, what are the cities around us? What have they done?
Yeah.
How did they do it? You always ask me to do that.
As far as what their practices are, ordinances that they've passed, land use policies and things like that. But I can't look at a capital project that a city adopted 5 years ago and say that we can do that in a different location for the same price in a different economic environment. And you know, the only thing that I'll say is that it's been said, you know, that we need a business plan for the pool, which is true. But you know what I'll say is, the pool, it's a public pool, and I think every time we say we need to stop, wait, and see, you know, who will partner for us and how the deal is going to be structured. I think it's a tool rhetorically to push the discussion out to a further date. Not to say that it's meant to be used that way, but I don't see that happening. I really don't see someone taking all of our risk, you know, from the pool, you know, from operating a pool. I don't see what someone gets out of that. And so I think we should just operate from the perspective that it's a public pool, and we're going to operate it as we have operated a public pool in the past. And this whole idea, you know, we have to wait and see who's going to partner with us. It's not going to. I wouldn't hang our future on that. I would go forward as if it's a public pool, and as if it's going to be funded by parking revenue at the beach, which, by the way, has increased substantially this year because we increased parking rates And if you go to the beach on a Saturday morning, it's probably true that the parking rates are too low because the parking lot's full. So I want a pool in the capital plan. We've given staff what they need to do work because we've appropriated the funds already. The capital plan is the statement. And I've compromised. I've come down every single meeting from my number. And if we're gonna find that extra 1.5 to get from 6 to 7.5, let it come from the parking structure that we do not need in the downtown.
Vice Mayor?
Okay, let me take a look at my notes here. So
Gave me chocolate.
I agree with you with roads, sidewalks. After meeting with College Park last night, I think the biggest eye-opener is when Felipe was talking about roads and the next plan for the College Park area. And I have visited with Jamie quite often the broken sidewalks that are huge issues in those areas. And the woman got up with her arm in a sling and said, I'm the victim of the sidewalk in front of my house. Was really eye-opening. And we need to do more there. So I agree with you on that issue. Something came up that you personally, Mayor, campaigned for the pool. I personally don't remember that, but correct me if I'm wrong. And when you first made the Triolo compromise, you mentioned the 3P, and you said, I'm not willing to spend a dime. I'm willing to put some kind of funding, but I'm not willing to spend a dime until we come up with a plan and a partnership. So I would assume that's the same thing you're talking about now, because you didn't quite put it together like you did the first time. Funding, as far as 6 million, in the last few months and even tonight, I've heard 6 million, 8 million, 7.5, 9.5, 5. It was I'll go back to saying, I think that's how we got in trouble with the original beach plan. The commission said, we want to spend $6 million. And they spent $6 million when they probably should have spent 12. And
they did.
That's where I don't want them, or they spent 12 and probably should have spent 20. Whatever it ended up being, it wasn't good enough. It wasn't, and we're coming back to fix those problems. I don't want the same thing to happen. I think our money could be spent elsewhere and better. I've already said that, but if we are moving forward with something, I want to make sure that, we do it right this time. As far as the comment about money from downtown, I think, first of all, the CRA money, if it's specifically CRA money, it cannot be spent at the beach. But any of the monies that we make do downtown, we had said that if we sold that building downtown, it would be put back into the downtown. I think we need to make those investments in the downtown, and I still, I don't care who you talk to. You can talk to 20 different people in this room, and everybody will have their opinion on whether there's a need for parking or not. Some people are very professional in this room that have backgrounds maybe in parking, but I live, work, eat, shop in the downtown, and I can tell you, personally, we need parking in the downtown. I think that's all I've got at the moment.
Mr. Robinson?
Thank you for mentioning the underfunding that we get into. Mistakes are expensive, and we made a mistake trying to do a $10 million building for $5 million. We've invested in the future, $2 million worth in parking downtown already, and we talked about the future. I'm talking about the future of a plan, of a 5-year plan that doesn't even mention our oceanfront, our derelict, I'm going to say it, a derelict property that is a capital improvement that we need if we're planning, and don't talk about our oceanfront derelict property, then that's poor planning. it's astounding that that we are able to come up with the money that the requests for money, and haven't talked about spending money on our oceanfront park. We have avoided any conversation about specifics of going out to bid, and you know, we've been, I got to say, the meetings have been hijacked for the penny sales tax without any conversation on specifics of the pool. So any successful community should be able to have a pool. If we're talking about the future, this is our future. The people that are, generally speaking, we're talking about tourism. If that's all we got, we have a downtown and we have our beach. We need to invest in it. And no, the way things have gone for the last year, we had a meeting in April that we were trying to have meetings about the pool. We haven't had one yet. So you're asking me to trust that we're going to put something in a budget that isn't in it now for the future of our oceanfront park? I'm sorry, I don't trust the process that has got us to this point. And we'll see whether we even will have a meeting about it. You know, I wouldn't put money on that at this point. But we spent, again, I'm going to say we spent nearly $300,000 to come up with an estimate of at least 14 million, and now we're dickering with, you know, and I think 7.5 is a good compromise. Compromise is essential to move forward. The opposition to pools come from people who have pools or don't have kids, and don't recognize the value in tourism at our beach. We need to recognize that a community, a successful community, should have a pool.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes.
There's a motion and a second on the floor. A person could make a subsidiary motion and seek a second to amend that motion to make a compromise. Is that possible?
City attorney question. We've had this one before.
Yeah, we've gone down this path, and
It's possible.
it's possible.
Okay.
I'm you know,
That's fine.
Okay. Part of me always wants to suggest that we just try to keep it cleaner tonight and vote up and down different motions, but
That's fine. It's possible. So, you know, I'm you know what, Madam Mayor? I will make a subsidiary motion at this time to accept the Triolo compromise with the following addendum. Okay, the Triolo compromise is $6 million for the roads, $6 million for the pool. Was it 900,000 for the cybersecurity? There were some others. 1.5 for the motor pool building.
And then 1.295 for city projects.
1.2, right. What? Please say the number again as I make the motion.
1.295 for general government projects.
1.295 for general government projects. Okay, so that's the Triolo compromise. I'm going to make an addendum to that. Okay, the addendum is this: I'm willing to accept that $6 million for the pool, if there's the possibility of that $6 million increasing. If, when the city, I'm not talking about the CRA selling the building 501 whatever on Lake Ave. That's not what I'm talking about. Because as we said that they had to stay in the downtown. That wasn't what I was talking about at all. I was talking about the money that we gave the CRA from the penny sales tax to buy those lots. That's what I was talking about. So when the CRA sells those lots and we get that money back, okay, I will accept the Triolo compromise, which is $6 million for the pool, if when we get that money back from the CRA, we can devote at least half of it to the pool. That's a compromise. So now I'm going below. I started at 9.5. I came down to 7.5. Now I'm going down to 6 plus half of 1.5. Okay?
1.8.
Half of 1.8. Okay? And so I'm accepting the compromise with basically an option of growth for that $6 million. And I'm wondering if there's a second on that, because I'm fairly confident that the CRA is going to be able to sell those lots for a price that would allow us to get our money back. I'm wondering if there's a second for that, because I'm not sure that we would have any opportunity to get the pool number above 6 million, given what people have expressed here on this board. We need 3.
Is there a second?
I would love to second that, but the CRA is in the business of buying buying high and selling low.
Motion fails for lack of a second.
Now can we vote on the original?
Original motion is there. You know, I really, it's so disappointing. It really is, because I like your motion very much.
I tried.
And I think that if we could all stop being politicians and just be normal people and say that we're addressing the needs of, of the majority of people, and the sales tax money is touching everybody, and it's a moving document, different things will become available. Remember, that money may not come back to us if, in the CRA project, if they actually build a parking facility of their own, whoever builds in that, whatever. I mean, that may not come back, does it? Does it come back?
Yes.
It does. No, it doesn't come back to us.
The CRA executive director is shaking her head, is nodding
Joan,
her head.
can you
yes.
come here for a second, please? And can we just all talk one at a time, please?
We've over 30 minutes.
Motion to extend.
Oh.
Do I have a second to extend?
Second.
All those in favor state so
Aye.
by saying aye.
Nay.
Aye. Motion carries 4-1.
Your
Joan?
question is the money going to come back to the city for the properties in L&M?
Yeah.
Any CRA projects in the downtown that we have given money to for projects, if whoever decides to do a project there or whatever decides they don't want to accommodate the parking requirement that we have with this project, that money would come back to the city for us to address the parking situation. Is that correct?
The way the RFP is written right now is we are selling the properties with the intent of the city getting back all of the money that they spent.
All of the money that they spent.
Correct.
Okay. I was told that money wouldn't come back if they built the parking.
Madam Mayor, just to clarify, if the developer who purchases the property wants to provide the public parking as purchased, they have the option to do that. Though I think the CRA is asking for an outright purchase.
I am.
Okay.
It's more about complying with the intent and purpose of the sales tax requirements that it can be used for infrastructure, i.e. public parking.
That's why I was saying that money is required.
So if they're not going to do that, it would have to come back to us.
From the penny sales tax.
Intent.
Point of information.
Sure.
Okay. The money comes back to us. It's not earmarked for public parking. We don't have to spend the money that we get back from the CRA. We pass no resolution saying that should the CRA return us the money, that we have to spend it on public parking. It must be spent on infrastructure.
The way it was expended, the intent is for public parking on those properties.
Right, but it was expended for that.
I understand
and the
that.
CRA is giving it, it's different money. It's not, that to me appears to be a legal question, but we did not agree.
Not talking about if it gets paid back.
Okay, but if it gets paid back, then it's penny sales tax money,
I
plain and
was
simple.
clarifying the mayor's point. She had a concern that she had heard that if the developer wants to provide public parking in the amounts that we purchased, they could theoretically do that and not pay the city back.
Sure.
That's what I was concerned.
Right.
That was the clarification.
Okay, but if the developer doesn't provide the public parking,
It's not earmarked.
right, and it's not earmarked.
You're
So-
correct.
So it's penny sales tax money, plain and simple, can go to
It goes
any
back into the
infrastructure
general pot of
citywide.
sales tax money.
Exactly.
And now I want to just address you now as, again, I want you to think as people, not politicians. Thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John. As people, not politicians. You don't want a parking garage. I think 4 others here knows that there are parking issues downtown, and we're supportive of a parking garage, if I'm not mistaken. So now, you're willing to lose a discussion about pool over a parking garage scenario. What I'm saying to you is that pick your battles, guys.
I am, Madam
Pick
Mayor.
your battles.
I have come down, and I'm just, here from my perspective. I started at 9.5. I've come down from 9.5 to 8 to 7.5 to potentially as low as 6. Okay? So I've given up $3.5 million from my original position, which is a third more than a third of what I originally had on the table. Okay, that's what, from a negotiating perspective, I've given up, right? And I say the only way that I can get more than 6 is if the CRA pays us back. And even then, I don't even want all of what the CRA is paying us back. I said half. Okay, which leaves the other half for parking. And I'm telling you, I have not ever in my entire time living in this city, and I'm one of those people. There was someone who I know well who said I'm not cool enough to stay out past 10 or whatever. So I've never, been to the downtown at Friday at 11 when it's jumping. I'm not going to say that I'm cool, but I have been Friday after 10, and I have not ever found a parking spot within a block or two of where I need to go. And before we start building structures, shouldn't we try managing the parking we already have? Right? We don't even price the parking we have. We don't have a parking management system. We don't have decals. We don't have anything. But we're saying before we take that option, what we're saying is that we need money to build to increase the supply of parking that we don't manage already. That to me is when we say we need a plan before we spend dollars. That's where we need a plan. So
what if we leave out that discussion right now of the $1.8 million for the parking, and we leave that out, and we include all the needs that the city and the staff have to get those projects moving forward? How do you feel about that? Can we leave out the 1.8 because we don't know what's going on with that at all right now, and everything else in here? Remember, I was at 4 and change, and I found money through some of these budgets and came up with other ideas and brainstormed with staff to get it up to $6 million. And again, it's a moving document. Things can change. Revenue streams can come in. We can discuss other things when we have a solid plan in place to move to the next level. But we're going to be stuck here. We keep having discussions like that. We're going to be stuck here not getting anything done or approved. And I know you're trying. I really do know that you're trying. I really, really do. And I appreciate that. And you know how I feel about you. I mean, we're trying here. But we're going to stop every time we do this on one side. We stop progress, we stop movement, we stop whatever. Let's, if you don't want to approve this, if you don't want to, then it's okay. I'm gonna approve what was on the table already, which was the original motion, just to get staff to be able to do the basic things that they need to do to have in the capital budget, and we'll have to go on with this. And this nightmare conversation is to continue. Set the message that you want to pool. Set the message that you want these other projects allocated in here, and we can set that project moving, and I'll stand by you guys. If not, I'm not going to stop progress from happening in our departments to get done city business, and I'll go back to just approving the original plan as is. Let it get in there, and let us start being professional, getting a plan, getting an RFP going, getting the 3P discussion going, getting project moving. You know what? Maybe we can even demo the site at the pool and get that eyesore out of there right now and start to prep it for a new pool. I'm saying, let's do it, but let's stop talking about it, for crying out loud. Let's do it. Put your money where your mouth is.
Madam Mayor, I would really like to do that. Obviously, there's a way of doing that that's acceptable to me, and there's a way that's not. And what I'm saying is, when I came to this building, I did not at all accept the idea of a capital plan that had that didn't have a pool in it, or that had $6 million for it. I have since moved from my position. I am asking folks who came here and said 6 million to now move from their position as I have moved from mine. And so I feel if I'm going to move from my position, can we move from the position of 6 million flat top, that's it, to the position of 6 million with the potential for more, if when the CRA gives us our money back, which is the CRA's intention, that we can devote half of that to the pool. I've moved from my position now several times.
What I'm saying to you is, why does it have to be the CRA project? Why can't it just be 6 million with the potential for more, which is already there in a 5-year capital plan, because it's a moving document?
Okay, so the answer to that question is why it has to be the CRA project is because there's no other source of penny sales tax fund, right? So as you said, the reason why it was $6 million was because there's no, once we take care of the roads and the cybersecurity and that 1 point, whatever.
No. City manager, how much is left after that, please?
Of the
numbers
sales tax.
of the penny sales tax. We discussed it this afternoon. you ever forget?
I tell you, my brain is
It was
hurting
like
on this.
2.87 or something.
How much
like
is
that.
left total right now, unspent?
16.
16 point, okay.
Yes.
So 16.1. So minus what, 1.5 for the
Motor
motor
pool.
pool building? Okay, minus 6 million for the roads?
5.
Okay, so you said 6 initially. So it's 5.
I
5 million
had,
for the
I had 5 down when she spoke originally. That's what I
Okay,
remember.
so it's 5 for the roads. Okay, minus what? 0.9.
900,000.
Okay, minus
1.295.
1.295.
Minus 6 for the pool.
Okay, minus 6 for the pool. Okay, so we have $1.4 million left. Now, so what are we saving that $1.4 million for again?
City business.
We haven't allocated it for anything yet.
So let's allocate it to the pool. So we didn't run out of money.
No, that's
With
why
all
I was
that-
no,
okay,
that's
so
why I
let's-
was telling you that still leaves some wiggle room that if something comes up or we need or have any emergency needs that there's money.
Well,
to
that's
be
your
spent on
that's your 7.4 right there. There's 7.4 right there. So there was $1.4 million, 1.405 that was unaccounted for and unappropriated.
What I'm saying though is that there.
And I don't want to go to 6. So, but I'm at 6.
Ready? Okay, ready? Back to the original because this conversation here right now doesn't have to be about a dollar amount, and it's about the capital project. And like I said, I can approve it right now. I just don't want to go. I don't want to have this conversation a 16th time.
I want to end it tonight.
I really don't.
I really do.
So I really don't. So all I'm asking you for is to just work with me on this one. This is what's left. There's still money in the kitty. There's still other projects. It's a moving document. Other things can happen. New revenue sources can, and we still haven't even examined a business plan. Let's just put the thing there as a placeholder to say that we're moving. Send the message.
Where is it?
That we're moving forward with the pool.
I have come down from my numbers so many times. I would like someone to come up from 6. I've moved from my position. Nobody else has moved from there.
I came up from 4.
Oh my gosh.
Madam Mayor,
Okay. Commissioner Robbins.
where is it as a placeholder in this future 5-year plan? And if we don't set aside anything for our oceanfront park, that's a plan. That's a plan for failure. Because and now you're talking about demolition, and then what? Then we'll have exactly what was planned in the very beginning, no pool. And the community, I believe, supports a pool. We all supported a pool. And there's no plan for a pool at this point. I'm really, I don't think we have the courage to talk about parking income downtown. We all talk about a parking issue, but if we want to talk about meters or paid parking or income from parking, I don't think we have the courage to do that. But parking seems to take precedent over an amenity that a successful community should have. The intent was not to have a pool based on management because a pool is not an income source. And I understand that. But damn it, we should invest in ourselves as a demonstration of confidence in the future. And we're not doing that. We're meandering around without a decision. I can't trust the future when there's not even any word that says Oceanfront Park as a derelict property. I'm done with the conversation. And unless we put something in about an oceanfront park, I'm voting no.
Vice Mayor?
I just need to comment on the comments about a derelict beachfront. We have a beautiful beachfront. We have an underfunded beachfront. People come here because of our beautiful beach. And what message did that send to our merchants that are up there and or prospective merchants
missed opportunity.
To call it derelict. I would never call it derelict.
One at a time, please.
We have issues. It's underfunded, and we need to take care of those issues, but it's a beautiful beachfront.
Vice Mayor Pro Tem?
I would love to just vote on this agenda item, Madam Mayor.
I can't, Madam Mayor. I can't vote for this in its current form. And I would like to add a pool. And I came here with a number that was 8. You came here with a number that was 6. My number went from 8 to 7.5 to 6 with a potential for some cream on the top. And I would like to see some movement from the other side. If I don't see some movement from the other side, then I can't vote for it. The other thing that I'll say is you can't accept staff's recommendation that we need to spend lots of money at the beach, painting the place, redoing some awnings, redoing the benches where there's rebar exposed, and say that there isn't some form of dereliction there, and tongue lash the commissioner from District 4 because he said something. You know, the fact is we've done something. I have the floor, sir.
One at a time. One at a time.
We've
all night.
We have, well, you know.
One at a time, guys, please.
I don't really care for his opinion. So, you know, look.
I'm just gonna ask.
That's where I am. I can't vote for this, and I've compromised.
If you
know, it's been said that I don't compromise. I've done it multiple times tonight.
Here's what I'm saying. If you could just not say from parking, and say with the ability to increase using future available sales tax money or whatever. Don't pin it on a project, Commissioner Hardy. I'm asking you right now. Could you say that as a moving document, but not pin it on a project, and say 6 million with room to grow with new funding or leftover sales tax money or whatever? Could you say that?
I would say that, but the problem is with any appropriation, that's always true. Like, you can appropriate something today, and it's always possible that you could change the appropriation in the future. I'm trying to make an appropriation today that takes into account monies that we may receive in the future, right, and deal with it right now, because I frankly do not trust that in the future we will increase the appropriation from 6. So I'm trying to lock that down today. We have a trust issue, namely that I don't trust that if I give up 6 million today, I'm going to get more than that. So I'm trying to lock that down. I frankly do not trust that we'll go higher than 6 if we lock in 6 today, which is why I'm trying to lock in an option for more than 6.
But the problem is you're always going to need a third vote.
Well, then I don't have the vote, but I'm not going to vote for something that I don't believe in.
So you'd rather not have the possibility of having
I'm trying to compromise. I don't see compromise coming from the other side, frankly.
The compromise is that was the amount that was left over after the projects that were considered vital to the city. So that
no,
was
the
that was
amount
like
that was
having
left over was 7.4. We just
like
did the
having-
math. We just did the math. It was 7.4. We literally just did it. We started with that 16 number. I'm going to the 16.1 minus 1.5 minus 5 minus 0.9 minus 1.295.
We don't need to go over it again. We were all
okay. But you said it was the number that was left over. But the number that was left over was higher than 6. If it was the number that was left over, I'd be okay with that. But it's not.
Right, but what I'm saying is this is what needs to be appropriated now for the jobs to get done. And what I'm
We've already appropriated the funds.
Okay, if you don't want a pool, then that's fine. All right, we've got a motion on the floor. So, sorry, public comment.
Can I offer
yes.
Another compromise that we take the 6, have a line item in the 5-year plan that says we're going to set aside $6 million and move forward with the income on the revenue of the space on the second floor that hasn't been addressed yet, and put towards the improvements of the bathhouses, which I don't know if anybody's been in lately, but
I will second that. It's less generous than the motion that I made, which was not seconded. It's less generous to the pool than that motion, but I will second it because it's a number greater than 6. It was less generous than the motion that I made to the pool, which would have put 7.25 million towards that thing there.
That's a compromise.
It's a worse compromise than we had on the table.
Absolutely, but if we're not going to get any compromise,
I don't understand what the compromise.
He's basically saying $6 million, and any money that we make from the 5,000 square feet, we put towards the basically the pool. And I'm okay with that. That's less money than $1.8 million, but I'm okay with that.
and in fact, it's more than the pool. It's the bathhouses. It's the presentation of the real estate up there.
Yes.
And who's going to pay for the bathhouses?
No, but that's what he said. The pool, the bath, all of that.
That's where we're going to have to sit down and squeeze.
So in other words, you'll take more money and put it to the bathhouse. You just won't call it the pool.
That's right.
No,
this
that's
whole
not a compromise.
issue.
It's not a compromise.
We're not
Point of order. Point of order. One at a time. No arguing back and forth.
Well, Mayor, let me finish.
You still have the floor, Commissioner Roberts.
Thank you. I'm astounded that Commissioner Maxwell doesn't understand that this whole conversation started about our oceanfront park.
It's a pool you're talking about.
Point of order.
Jeez whiz. We're talking about...
Point of parliamentary inquiry. Is there a motion? Is there a subsidiary motion and second on the floor?
There's a motion and a second. No, there's no subsidiary motion. And I called for public comment.
I thought that was what he made. I thought he was making a motion. Yeah, and I seconded it.
Can we have a vote on that? It's a compromise that seems to be acceptable to you, Mayor. Because it's $6 million, which is the bare bones of any improvements over there.
I just don't, this whole subsidiary motion thing, I don't understand because you've got,
It's
you're having a
possible.
motion being made above a motion, so
Right.
anybody can overrule any motion at
No,
any time.
it's a subsidiary motion, so like it's layered underneath the original motion.
Understand, but that means I can change a word on every
It's a
motion.
5-year
Yes,
plan.
yes, you can, but you need a second for that motion to be
And that's why I
discussed.
kind of suggested that we just stick to a simple motion, but where we're at now, unfortunately, is that Commissioner Robinson made a motion, which I think was the Triolo compromise plus revenue that might come in from the upstairs property, and that would be designated for the bathhouse. That I think was
Well-
his motion. Was that your motion?
Yes, but understanding, and Commissioner Maxwell,
I second that.
I'm disappointed that you don't understand it.
I beg your pardon.
Do not go
I
back
clearly
and forth.
understand the numbers.
Do not go back and forth. Do not go back and forth. I'm done.
Oh, you're done?
One at a time. Yes, I run this meeting. I'm done.
Then run the meeting.
One at a time.
Then run the meeting.
Well, you know the rules better than anybody else, so
Then run 'em.
button up, Buster. Commissioner Robinson?
Well,
One at a time.
I just want us all to understand and accept the fact that that's more than just the pool up there. The pool is a part of the improvements that we're talking about.
I second his subsidiary motion.
Okay, public comment. Peggy Fisher, followed by Todd Townsend. Anyone got a card? Get them in. There any more cards, City Manager?
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. Please act like adults. The capital plan is a blueprint for plan changes. What I'm hearing repeatedly is this blueprint does not have any line item included in it for the oceanfront property that we want to tout. Well, if we want to tout it, it needs to be in this plan. Now, that should be no compromise needed. But I know there are people sitting up here who don't want it in this plan. So I don't understand that. So that's where these two are coming from, is it's not in this plan anywhere. You are not approving a motion to approve $18 million. You made a motion to approve almost $175 million. I, as a resident, need to understand that you think we have $175 million in the next 5 years to spend, when all I hear and read in the newspaper is how poor this city is. I pay taxes here. If you're going to borrow like with the bond fund, then it's on me, it's on him, it's on her. It's on us. So I'm tired of sitting in here and watching the personalities back and forth. God, grow up and learn how to compromise and work as a team. That's what this is about. You're supposed to serve this city. You're not supposed to serve yourself. You're not supposed to serve a party. You're supposed to serve the citizens of this city. And you need to make sure that what you're approving has what you have told and set up here and talked about to the residents is going to be in here. And the pool is nowhere in this document. This document shows $1.5 billion of sales tax money being spent over 5 years. That's what this plan shows. Out of the 20 million plus of sales tax money you said you were going to get. So, yes, the pool needs to be a line item. The oceanfront park needs to be an line item in this item. They're absolutely right. And I'm sorry, but you need to grow up and act like adults up there. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Townsend.
Hi, Todd Townsend, 502 South J Street. I just want to really put some props out, Commissioner Hardy, for really sticking it out for us, taking, undue heat from Commissioner Maxwell.
Point of order, just directed towards.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to also thank Commissioner Robinson for really sticking it out here. I mean, if we don't get a pool, then it's going to fall on somebody. And I think that people are looking forward to that kind of thing because, it's going to be time to vote for people soon. And I do think that everybody talks about backing. Everything has to have backing. Well, the pool should have this backing that people are talking about also. So that's all I wanted to say. And I want to thank some people for really putting it out there. Because again, we deal with patriarchy. People stand up with their patriarchy and think that patriarchy can just take over and rule the whole day just by being loud and proud and hammer people down verbally and by yelling and getting all crazy. I think it's not cool, right? Everybody up here is like so smart, For them to bring you to that point is just, for you to do that is, I'm just blown away. Peace.
Okay, so here's the deal. We've got a subsidiary motion on the floor and a second. We have another card?
Madam Mayor,
We
he
have one more
wants to
card?
switch
Oh,
it for this conversation
Please do.
instead of the later one.
Please do. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael Allison. I live at 1232 South Palm Way. I've been a homeowner in South Palm Park. I've lived there for 3.5 years, but most of that time we've been talking about the pool. And the more I've learned about the city finances, and I know that there's a lot of people that love the pool. I learned to swim in a public pool. I love pools, but the more I learned about the finances of this town, I don't know how we're even considering spending any sales tax money on a public pool when we got potholes and all this stuff. I've been out by Lake Osborne. There's potholes all over the place out there, and we're ignoring our infrastructure. What about the rest of the roads bond issue that didn't pass? The first road bond issue failed, from what I understand. It got repassed with a watered down version. Whole bunch of roads and curbs and sidewalks that got thrown out of the first plan, and yet there's even more that wasn't even part of the first plan. I mean, what about all that? Do we have the real number on the road issue? Do we have the real number? And we're sitting here talking about whether it's going to be 7 million, 5 million. I can't believe you put any number on the pool at this point. When you drive through this town, you're looking at crumbling sidewalks, curbs. Some lady broke her hand. I mean, the whole thing is just ludicrous to even be talking about it. We need to take care of the infrastructure. And what about South Federal and South Dixie? It's atrocious down there. What about, you talk about a tourist magnet at the pool. Where are they even going to park? If we're going to increase tourism at the pool, at the beach, there's no parking for them anyway. If you want to build a pool, we could build a pool out by the ball fields for a lot less money. It's closer to where the kids live, and there's more parking available. I mean, public pools can go other places. They don't have to be at the beach. Anyway, I just know, I've been wanting to say something about this topic, and I don't know when the right time is to say it, but at least I wanted to say something. Thank you.
I know, and you guys, we've had these conversations before, but it's trying to, when we have these opportunities, it's trying to appeal to our needs. Nobody has been a bigger advocate for city infrastructure, I don't think, than myself in the time that I've been here. I've been fighting for roads. I took the first defeat hard You know, I've been doing nothing but infrastructure, if you ask anybody in the city, and have devoted almost all my time to infrastructure. So I get that, but I also know that with this gift of this penny sales tax, that I'm trying to touch as many needs, wants, and whatever of the city. And we're also doing something that we weren't doing before when it comes to it, is creating a real maintenance budget that wasn't in place before, to make sure that the roads that we're doing for and the roads that were lower on the indices is actually being addressed by it. And that's why I wanted to jumpstart it with the $5 million for the road project of this money, to give it a jumpstart so that we start to now budget the proper amount to keep our streets looking good and our neighborhoods looking good. And I also have plans for Dixie and Federal Highway 2 through the TPA and some other projects that I'd love to talk to you about sometime. But I'm an infrastructure geek, and anyone who's seen me in the past knows that's what my primary focus is. And this is, you know, as Vice Mayor Pro Tem likes to say, shiny objects. This has been, in my 8-year tenure, the only shiny object that I've put any attention towards, because it's a project and it's been a part of this community for over 100 years. And it's a project that was a thorn in my side because it wasn't addressed in the past, and it was an unfinished project. The one thing, if you talk to my husband, the one thing I can't stand is unfinished projects. You know, I look around the house and I see things that weren't painted, and jobs or the face plates that weren't put on the outlets, or the knobs on the cabinets. You know, when you're doing work around the house, nothing drives me crazier than unfinished projects. And I can tell you, I see at least 15 around my house on a regular basis. It, to me, is one of those unfinished projects, and it has a history at the beach. It has a history, a longevity, and also, especially with what's going on, is concerning to me with the red tide and the algae issues and all different kinds of things. Are people going to come to the beach if they can't swim in the ocean? If there are other objects, there's other ways, I think, to make that beach project prosperous, as well as not just covering its costs. And aquatic centers don't make money traditionally, but a social aspect to it. And I'm banking on that and a business plan behind it to actually make it a success and to enhance that beach project, to give it the prestige. It's never going to be an aquatic center. Will it have lap swimmers in it? Still yes. Will we be teaching kids to swim in it? Still yes. But we'll also have a resort style atmosphere to it, that people can swim at night when they get out of work and do things like that and take their kids to it. Yes. And that's what I'm pushing for. Again, this is the only project in 8 years that I've cared about enough to do this, because it has a history and it has a whatever. But I'm asking, and I think Commissioner Robinson came up with a good compromise in reference to that. Again, anybody could come. We could all leave tomorrow and somebody could come and change it, guys, and say, no, I want to put in 20 million for a pool. The next commission could do that. Or I don't want to do a pool at all. I don't want to do this, or I don't. Anybody can change anything at any moment. These things are not set in stone. They can all be changed. If you're trying to send a message, like I said, if there's money left over, let's talk about making a business plan that makes something viable, so we don't make a mistake like you went through, Vice Mayor Pro Tem Maxwell, in the past. And I know how important that is to you, and I know how fiscally responsible you always are. And you know I've been step by step with you through these years, supporting you in everything that you've done. But I'm asking for a little bit of faith in that we take the next step, which is to conduct business and bring in the things that we've never had: prospectus, business plans, and numbers attached to them, so we can take the next step and make sure that if this is going to be a project, that it's viable, and that let's start with this allocation of dollars for now, but let's be in business to stay in business, and let's get to the next level rather than just sit around and argue about it, because this gets us nowhere. And I don't like to, and I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Pro Tem, and I know you guys are all passionate, but I have to stop it from going and arguing back and forth, and I don't like to get to that level myself, trust me. But I want us, it's time to go on to the next level, guys.
Madam Mayor, I have a question for Jamie. About 9 months ago, we were told that we had some savings with the road bond, that we were coming in significantly under budget. Have we continued to come in under budget?
The only problem I have with this conversation, and I'll let it go, but then we're going off into the whole other item that's on the, I don't know what the next
this is
item
a
on the
part of the
agenda is gonna
capital
be.
plan, because we're,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Jamie Brown, Public Services Director. We are continuing to progress pretty well through the neighborhood road program. Again, as we had explained before, we're in year 3 right now as far as construction. Year 4 will be next year. We'll be finishing up toward the end of 2020, moving into 2021. until we actually get all the finances done, we're not going to really have a final number on how we're doing.
Are we under budget right now?
We're currently under budget, yes.
By about how much?
I can't give you a total on that.
So, Madam Mayor, the way I see it, $16.1 million, 1.5 for the motor pool, as Commissioner Robinson said, $5 million for the roads, 0.9 for cyber, 1.295 for assorted projects. That leaves 7.405 million left over. I will throw another million at the road.
We already have a motion on.
Okay, all right.
We have a motion. We have a motion. We can still use that. We've got a subsidiary motion on the floor
Right.
and a second.
I have a question.
Mr. Vice Mayor Pro Tem.
My question, Madam Mayor, when you initially brought forth the Triolo compromise, the appealing piece of that compromise was, well, let's just say you were taking a fiscally responsible approach. And that is, you got to have a business plan, you got to have the proper bids, the RFPs, the PPPs if necessary, whatever. It's all got to come together before you pull the trigger. I'm going to make sure that that's what we're talking about here, because we've already heard Commissioner Hardy say that he does not believe at the end of the day that we're necessarily going to be able to enter into a project with a third party on that beach. He doesn't have confidence that we may get there. My curiosity is this motion that we're going to vote on right now, is this going to absolutely commit us to dollars? Or is this going to commit us to saying, okay, in theory, if we do what you mentioned in your compromise, the business plan has to be thought out, the bids, all those things have to be done before we spend a nickel. That is my question, because I don't want to be sitting here in 6 months or a year or 18 months and things aren't going well. One scenario is they're not going well. We don't have suitors that are coming in that are interested in the project, or we haven't got the business plan ironed out, or whatever the case may be, however long it takes us to get to those type of critical decision points. And then have somebody stand up, but that's okay. We can't go forward. We can't touch that money because it's been earmarked. Even though we don't have a business plan, we don't have a partner. Do you see what I'm trying to say? That we're going to somehow tie up this money in perpetuity until some commission decides to pull the trigger and actually spend money like they did on the casino, and just throw caution to the wind. I just want to make sure I'm clear on what this motion's all about. Because
The
it sounds
motion
to
was made by Commissioner Robinson. Right. And so that's what the motion has been. So we've got a second on that motion. All those in favor of that motion state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nope.
Motion carries 3-2.
Okay.
So I want to make sure I'm clear, Madam Mayor, if I may. So what you just voted for, you just voted to earmark.
Yeah.
Point of information. Is this an appropriation or is it a
No,
capital plan?
It's a capital plan.
Okay, so we are not earmarking funds here. We are
Then what-
talking
Just
about,
setting it into
this is
the
a
capital
plan.
But that wasn't what the motion was.
No,
The motion involved dollars.
And the plan involves dollars.
Right, and it involved putting the dollars that were part of the, sounds so stupid saying the Triolo Compromise now. It was talking about putting these items in the Triolo Compromise into the capital plan.
Okay, now we have to bump. Yes? Don't we have to bump
No.
the equal amount, the equal dollars out of the capital plan?
No.
No, because those funds were not accounted for.
Okay.
And not all of them are spent.
So instead of $175 million, we're talking about $181 million.
Again, and
Fine.
some of those projects are not there, some will be rolled over, some will
Well-
be whatever. That's what I was
Okay.
trying to say.
Okay.
It's a capital plan that.
Madam Mayor, we'll make the revisions as directed and bring back and reissue the capital plan as amended.
Now the pool's in the capital plan.
That's correct.
No, because what we did was change the original motion. We have to now vote on the motion as amended.
As amended.
There was a motion and a subsidiary motion. Subsidiary motion changed the original motion. We now have to vote on the original motion.
That's correct.
Okay.
So I'll entertain a motion.
I already
So
have a
moved.
motion.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's already
It's
there,
already moved.
but yeah. So,
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may? Again, I want to remind everybody that this is simply approving a roadmap, I think it's been said, or a blueprint, as it was said by one of our constituents this evening. This is a blueprint. We have not appropriated any dollars at this point. Just want to make sure we're clear. I did not vote.
No, it's for.
I did not vote. I want everybody, I did not vote. I voted for the capital plan with your amendment, because there may come a time where that might vote in the affirmative may come back to benefit me. I may be able to come back in the future and do something with that in terms of parliamentary procedure.
Okay. All right, let's move on. Here we go. New business. City Attorney, would you read the ordinance, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance number 2019. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Ordinance number 2019-10 of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, calling for a referendum of the qualified electors of the City of Lake Worth Beach to be held on March 17th, 2020, as to whether Article 2, Section 3 of the City of Lake Worth Beach Charter, entitled City-Owned Property East of the A1A roadway, shall be amended to allow for a lease of 30 years, providing for notice and advertising of the referendum, providing for referendum canvassing, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for repeal of all conflicting laws, and providing for an effective date.
So moved.
Do I have a second? I need to have a second. Before you-
Second.
Second.
Okay.
Yes.
There's some dispute as to whether or not 30 is enough or whether more is required. Some folks say more, some folks say 30. I'm not willing to go to 99 years, but if some folks don't think 30 is enough, I think we should give ourselves a margin of safety. And I'm wondering if we should go, for example, the city of Pompano has similar things going on in their beach, and their long-term leases are 45 years in the city of Pompano for their beachfront facility. And I'm wondering if 45 years is palatable. If not, then fine. 30 is, fine. I'm wondering what my colleagues think about changing this from 30 to 45. That I really want to hear from
The
you guys.
experts that I've spoken with say that 30, based on the size of the project, is totally palatable at this point. The numbers have adjusted, just like you said, from 5-year plan.
Sure.
They're now that way, and I think it's important to the future of talking about RFPs and RFQs and all that kind of stuff. We need to give a little bit of flexibility, but not give the store away.
Okay, and at the end of 30, does the person have to go away, or are they, or do we have the option to renew their lease at the end of 30 under this ballot language?
That's a question, Glenn.
I believe we'd always have an option to enter into a new lease at the end of a lease term, but you can only do a lease term for, this ballot language would be 30 years. At the end of 30 years, then you look at that property again. You may lease it to a different person.
It would be open to bidding.
Open to bidding, or you could decide that the ongoing business is wonderful and do a lease amendment. But 30 years would be the cap
I think
for any one time.
And I think that, like I said, if you're looking for someone to invest in it and do their own build out and whatever, you have to give them a little bit of leverage. But I think based on our conservativeness of the past, I wouldn't want to extend past that at this point, unless we saw it was more viable.
Okay, I'm okay with 30. The interpretation about the option to renew, can we make sure that that finds its way either in the resolved section of this ordinance or in the whereas clauses, so that future folks, if there's ever a dispute, it's there in the ordinance? Because someone may in the future say, well, I don't see an option to renew here, right? And we've said it, but it's not in the ordinance. Can we, I made the motion, so can I, is everyone okay with that being in the ordinance?
Madam Mayor,
City Manager.
if I could, just to clarify, because we've operated under the strict interpretation of the charter that says no more than, it ends.
Right.
Saying that there's an option based on renegotiating a whole new lease is basically saying it ends. And so I don't know how you would word that as some kind of... I just want to be careful.
Right, and I'd be a little concerned too that we're restricting ourselves more than we need to, because depending how you word it, you can argue that at the end of 25 years, you might be able to end the lease and go out for bid for another lease. I don't want you to kind of lock yourself in
I'm not trying to lock us into, less than 30. What I'm saying is I want to make sure that people in the city in the future know, as a matter of fact, not as a question of interpretation, that when we get to 30 with a potential lessee, the city could just opt to renew the lease with that person. And that's not clear to me when I read the ordinance. I mean, is that
A possibility.
I don't see that anywhere. I heard you say that we could renew, but I don't see that in the ordinance.
I think we both would rather stay away from that at this point.
I think, Madam Mayor, you don't want to give anybody who's doing a business transaction with the city that some believes they're going to base a management, a financing plan and business plan based on more than the minimum amount of time, the maximum amount of time. I mean, I've had too many people say, well, we can always just do, at the end of the lease, a renewal, an automatic renewal. That's what they're looking for.
I'm not saying automatic. I'm saying at the city's option.
You're going to run afoul of dealing with vendors and private sector folks in violating other potential bids and purchasing ordinances. And
Just
things.
muddies the water.
It doesn't look good.
Well, this is an ordinance to go to ballot to amend the charter, which would supersede any purchasing ordinance that we'd have. So I'm just saying here, why wouldn't we want to give ourselves the option to renew a lease at the end of 30 years? Is that an option that we want? If yes, why don't we specify that in the ordinance rather than just leaving it to interpretation? Because someone 30 years from now could have a different interpretation of the same ordinance.
You can't legislate in the future that far anyway. That's
well, the people who wrote the charter today have.
I know, and believe me, we're interpreting it a lot different than they probably wrote it. But it's
The term of the lease would be 30 years.
Yeah, I think
Vice
that.
Mayor?
And that's what I just wanted to clarify. 30 years is 30 years. If you need more than 30 years, ask for more than 30 years. I think the optics of it, a regular lease, I have, 5 years with a 5-year option. When your charter says 20, you got 20.
And you go.
And, well, you don't necessarily go. It just doesn't say, and I think,
Goes out to bid.
the city manager alluded to that. It would, go out to bid, or, it's renewed because, they've been good tenants or whatever the reason is. I just think the optics, you're asking the people for 30. I've talked to, developers that do a lot of 3Ps, and they said that traditionally it's 50 years, that they're looking for 50 years. But, I'm comfortable with 30, but again, 30 is 30. If you need 60, ask for 60, I just think the optics of it is a little like the attorney alluded to.
Okay.
Right. We've got a motion on the floor in a second. Lynn Anderson, did you want to add to this conversation?
Used by this actually. With A&C, Lynn Anderson, 2204 Lake Osborne Drive. A&C and on this new business item. When we did that charter amendment, it was 2005, and it was well after Amari Hardy was born. Okay, I just wanted to mention that.
I was a freshman in high school.
Okay, but it was 20 years minus a day, and as I recall, there was nothing in it that didn't preclude someone from renewing their lease if he wanted to do that. Didn't say anything about it. So you all want to go to 30 years, that's 10 years more. I mean, what is the problem here? You have 20 years, just renew the lease if they're a good tenant. Why bother going through a charter change? I'm a little confused about it. And the county wants a 99-year lease. So we're going to roll over for some people that want longer leases? I mean, what's the point of it? Is it something that we as a city want to do, give them a longer lease than what the charter specifies now? Or is it the tenant or some special tenant over there, that, like Benny's, that wants a longer lease? I don't get it. You could renew it. So please explain that.
It's the bank. Honestly, it's for some of these people to invest, like say the pool project that we're talking about. Just somebody to come in and go to the bank for a loan to what they
Well,
will not.
who's got the problem? Has somebody come to the city and say, I
Not
have a
that
problem?
I'm looking at it for the pool issue, to be quite honest with you. That's why I'm supportive of it. I'm looking for, if someone's got a financing option, a developer is going to come and develop a project at the pool, they're going to need to go to the bank with a lease that says a 20-year lease will not get them the funding that they need.
You give
Longer
them a
than
lease
that
with
will.
options.
Well,
Okay.
the bank is the problem. It's not the business, to be honest with you. But
You do a lease with options.
right, that's it. Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor.
Under the 20-year, Mr. Attorney, under the 20-year, can we do options?
No, because again, you can do 19 years and 364 days now. Under the proposal, you can do 30 years. And at the end of 30 years, just as in the past, using Benny's as an example, they've been there for more than 20 years total, right?
You renew their lease.
Then it's a new lease. You're starting a new lease. You can only go 30 years, and then you're doing a new lease. And it may be with the same owner, or maybe with a different owner, or maybe that's whatever the choice is 30 years down the road. But I think the gentleman in the audience hit the nail on the head. It's like going for a mortgage, and I'm sure William and Mark, from the business standpoint, and I keep hearing the same thing, when someone is going to invest a lot of money in a project, whether it's building a restaurant, a pool, whatever they're building, they generally want the longest term possible. And I've heard the same as you have 30, 40, 50 years, but 20 years, it's hard to get financing when you can only have control of the asset for 20 years. Most people are looking for at least 30.
And he just reminded, didn't we, because I remember we renewed Benny's lease. And at that time, there was an elected up here that wanted to put it out to bid. And we opted, Benny's is a good tenant, they've been there. And we opted not to put it out to bid. So we had that
You have that option. Right. Once the lease term ends, you can. But again, I think you're getting into lots of details of a simple question. Right now, you have a 20-year minus a day limit, and the question is, do you want to make it 30 years? And from what I understand, from a business standpoint, that's the numbers when you're out in the community pitching Lake Worth. William, I mean, I know you're nodding your head, but could you say a little something?
William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. We are in a bit of a problematic challenge when we have leases that can only go 20 years. The depreciation schedule is 27 and a half. The terms that many banking institutions want that are not in Lake Worth or even in the region, would like a longer term of control of property. And so the minimum term that we feel that we can sell is the 30 years.
Question for William.
Commissioner Hardy.
William said minimum.
There are some that would like to have longer, but keep it being respectful of the tenor of the control of the property and the flavor and atmosphere that's been around since I've been here. Pushing the envelope too far, we may get nothing, and we really need at least the 30 years.
You're saying politically. Okay.
Another compromise.
Not
trying to be diplomatic.
It's a long way to say it now.
Sure.
All right, we've got a motion on the floor and a second. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item B, City Attorney, you're going to be doing a lot of ordinance reading tonight.
I just had my sip of water, Madam Mayor, ready to go. Ordinance number 2019-11 of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, calling for a referendum of the qualified electors of the City of Lake Worth Beach to be held on March 17th, 2020, that should say, it says 2019, as to whether to extend the lease term to allow Palm Beach County to manage the Jules Steinhardt Cove for a total term of 99 years, providing requisite ballot language for submission to the voters, providing severability clause, providing a conflicting ordinance to repeal, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any public comment cards?
No, Madam Mayor.
Vice Mayor?
Just for clarity, Mr. Attorney, if I remember right, we're really doing this to maintain the sanctuary, and at no time the county can't build on it. They can't. They maintain it, and it's really to keep it as a sanctuary.
Yes. The natural living shoreline. Yes.
Thank you.
And,
no, I'm sorry.
And they've already invested a significant amount of money, just to give a call out to the.
All right, we've got a motion on the floor and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item C. City Attorney, would you read ordinance number 2019-12?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Ordinance number 2019-12 of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, calling for a referendum of the qualified electors of the City of Lake Worth Beach to be held on March 17, 2020, as to whether Article 2, Section 4 of the City of Lake Worth Beach Charter, entitled Sale of Parks, City-Owned Waterfront Property, and City-Owned Downtown Property only by referendum, shall be amended to allow for a lease of up to 30 years.
So
For notice and advertising of the referendum, providing for referendum canvassing, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for appeal of all conflicting laws, providing for an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Any public comment cards?
I have a question.
Yes,
Hold on a
ma'am.
second, let me just- You'll hand it down. Go ahead, Commissioner Robinson.
The word parks is as parks, comma. Can somebody explain, are we leasing parks?
Staff, city manager.
You mean in the title?
It says parks. Lease on parks, comma, city-owned waterfront property.
That's the title in the charter currently. That's what that section is entitled. So it's whether it's one park or two parks, but sale of parks, city-front waterfront property, and city-owned downtown property.
So
I'm not in favor of leasing parks.
hold on.
You can't.
Point of information. Point of information.
Go ahead, Commissioner Harding.
Is the reason why that's there is because the charter not only entitles it that way, but groups all these things together.
I believe so. I'm trying to
Right.
find that provision of the charter, but I believe so.
That's right.
It's my understanding that the charter puts all these things in a row.
It does.
Simply a
Yes.
title.
It does.
It's a title.
It's in the charter now.
It's simply the title of the charter.
Basically, Madam Mayor, we're changing it from 20 to 30 years, what the verbiage that is in the charter now. It's the same thing we did on the beach side.
Okay, we've got a comment card from Tammy Panza. Says, city-owned waterfront property, parks should not be leased for 30-year terms. 20 max is safest. Why would we leave a parks, golf course near bridge should not be leased? Any others?
That's
Motion
it.
on the floor in a second. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We're moving on to ordinance D, number 2019-13, first reading, amending chapter 23, land development regulations. City Attorney, would you read the ordinance for me, please?
Ordinance number 2019-13 of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, repealing the 2001 design guidelines for Old Town Historic District and major thoroughfares in its entirety. Amending Chapter 23, Land Development Regulations, Article 2, Administration, Division 3, Permits, Section 23.2-31, Site Design Qualitative Standards, and several sections of Article 3, Zoning Districts. Remove all references to the major thoroughfares guidelines from the Code of Ordinances and providing for the adoption of new major thoroughfare design guidelines by resolution. Providing for severability, the repeal of laws in conflict, codification, and an effective date.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second?
Yeah.
Madam Mayor,
Uh-huh.
I'll just say I like this movement in a form-based direction. I like it.
Commissioner Robinson?
So do I, but the landscaping by signposts is somewhere we have to have control over the number of signs that we just looked at a greenway in Pineapple.
May I interject?
Yes.
The ordinance that you have before you is just repealing the existing portions of the major thoroughfare guidelines that were left from 2001. The actual, I'm trying to save you some time, the discussion of the guidelines themselves will happen December the 3rd at the resolution reading, which actually adopts them. So if you have some questions about what is being proposed, get them to the city manager and I'll try to address those. But I'm trying to save you some time. This ordinance only repeals what we have and facilitates adoption of new ones on December 3rd.
I'm going to ask the city manager to somehow have some control over the installation of sign posts throughout the city.
Okay. Tammy Panza's got a card. Reading of these ordinances are improperly and inadequately noticed. Okay, we've got a motion on the floor and a second. All those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to E, ordinance number 2019-14, first reading, amendments to Chapter 23, Land Development Regulations of of the City of Lake Worth Beach. Sorry, City Attorney, read the ordinance.
Ordinance number 2019-14 is an ordinance of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 23 Land Development Regulations, Article 2 Administration, Division 3 Permits, Section 23.2-33 City of Lake Worth Sustainable Bonus Incentive Program to comply with the city's comprehensive plan by amending Section 23.2-35 Development of Significant Impact to increase review thresholds by amending Article 3 Zoning Districts, Division 6 Plan Development, Section 23.3-25 Plan Development District to include a transfer development rights program by amending Article 4 Development Standards, Section 23.4-13 Medium and High Intensity Conditional Uses to eliminate lot size requirements in industrial manufacturing facilities and create regulations for recycling facilities. And for other purposes, providing for severability, the repeal of laws of conflict, codification, and an effective date.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
want to give,
Mayor, Commissioners, Mark Stivers, Deputy Director for Community Sustainability. In the spirit of William Waters, I will try to be brief. The ordinance coming before you tonight has four main parts. Part one, administration looking over the Sustainable Bonus Incentive Program. And let me say, all four of these sections are simply taking the language that was adopted in the comprehensive plan and codifying it into the Code of Ordinances. So that's all we're trying to accomplish tonight. Article 2, administration, looking at changing the definition of developments of significant impact to go from a 50 dwelling units and 40,000 square feet of industrial space to 100 new dwelling units or 100,000 square feet of new industrial space. Article 3 is looking at planned developments, and this is allowing additional height, density, and intensity in planned developments based on the adoption of the Transfer of Development Rights program. So it allows projects to add additional density by purchasing them off private land. And the fourth one is in development standards to look at the medium and high, oops, sorry about covering it up with the logo, medium and high intensity conditional uses by changing the definition of those to make it more strict, specifically focusing on recycling centers. So those are the four. I can go through them in detail if you want. Otherwise, that is what we're looking at, and we can go through it again on November 3rd when it comes back, or December 3rd for second reading.
Mr. Hardy? Are there additional slides in your presentation?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you mind if I see those? If we can,
we can go through them.
Run through those.
Thank you. So again, under the Sustainable Bonus Incentive Program, the main difference is to add language that we currently have Florida Green Buildings as a credit program. We want to say other nationally recognized programs because these programs are changing constantly. We don't want to box ourselves out of good programs that can help improve the quality of structures here. Second is a rate change to acknowledge that for a single-story building in the industrial zone, the sustainable bonus rate is $5 per square foot. In a single-story building, the amount of intensity you change by raising the ceiling is not the same as adding additional floors in a residential area. So that is $1.50 per square foot. Right. So developments of significant impact, what I talked about is 45,000 square feet to 100,000 square feet and 50 to 100 residential units. When those thresholds are hit, it becomes a development of significant impact, which means it comes before this board for approval. And that's the change we're looking at for that one.
Question.
Yep.
My understanding is the code currently allows a development review official to basically, if it feels that it's controversial, right, to send it to P&Z in certain circumstances.
Correct.
Does the development review official still retain the ability to send certain things to P&Z even if it's underneath this 1,000 square foot threshold or this 100 unit threshold?
Yeah, and to be clear, that threshold kicks it up to the commission and takes it out of the board hands.
Okay,
So, yes.
right. But there's a process for a public review, right? If there are things that we might not capture in the code, but that to the eye of a trained planner might clearly be an issue that should be addressed by a board.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, so you retain that ability. Okay. I would still like to see the rest of the presentation.
And I heard something about recycling. Is that, I'm sorry, that's on the next one? Okay.
All right, so the next section deals with this table, table 1 in the comprehensive plan, and I want to draw your attention to this column when we look at the height with sustainable bonus program. This is the base height that any project that applies for the sustainable bonus program can obtain. What we're talking about after this is using this as the new base, and we go up from here as we walk through the next sections. So we take the plan development sections and we can increase by 20% a bonus of density, intensity, and height for plan developments, mixed-use plan developments, etc., and urban plan developments. A 50% bonus in density, intensity, and height for mixed-use plan developments located west of Dixie Highway. A 50% bonus of intensity, density, and height for mixed-use plan developments located west of Interstate 95, and a 100% bonus in density and intensity, and a 50% increase in height for mixed-use plan development with a tri-rail station component located within the transit-oriented development West future land use designation, which includes at least 3 use categories, one of them being residential. So I know it sounds complicated, but these are for the larger developments that's going to assemble land and then be able to put them together to reach these additional heights and intensities.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Question for, 3 is a lot of uses to mix. I mean, a lot of things have to go right to get 3 uses in the same site, different uses. Can we lower that to 2?
That's the current language in the comp plan.
I still think it's a lot, and maybe we should address the comp. But I would hate for a project to have 2 uses, and to not be able to avail itself of this because it doesn't have 3.
Well, the uses can be as easy as this. There's 1 office, there's 1 retail space, and all residential. You have 3 uses met.
And traditionally,
There's
are
almost
3
no
units met?
mixed-use project that could not put together 3 uses. If they couldn't, they're probably incompetent developers.
I still don't like the idea of requiring it, but okay.
Carry on.
So the Transfer Development Rights Program adds language to establish the TDR program, which again has been approved by the commission to put into the comprehensive plan. We're now codifying it down into the Code of Ordinances. So you get 1 additional story of no more than 15 feet in overall height, an increase in overall density of 10 units per acre, and an increase of overall the floor area ratio of 10%. So this is where you can get the additional height on top of. And remember that these are our tiered or stacked improvements. You have to get your sustainable bonus, then you have to add into that a planned development when you add the other sustainable bonuses, and then the top tier is adding these transferable development rights from city-owned properties that you can put on top of the final product to get to the final heights of these developments. Development rights, when you do a TDR program, you have a sending area, which is the city-owned properties, and the receiving areas anywhere in the city following based on these things, such as projects east of Dixie Highway, transfer development rights may increase the density up to 10 units. Projects west of Dixie Highway, transfer development rights may increase the density up to 10 units per acre, provided for 1 additional story of no more than 15 feet in height, or increase the overall FAR to up to 10%. So that's where you go west of the Dixie Highway, you can get the additional height, intensity, and density there. Okay? So here's a sample out of the materials that we put together. This is a site along the railroad tracks by the tri-rail station. So the base land development regulations with the sustainable bonus incentive, that's the column we pointed out in the comprehensive plan. And I asked you to keep your eye on the lot coverage and the building coverage, because you notice those numbers don't go up. It's the other 3 that will now increase. So that's base 1. You go to rendering 2. You still have 65% lot coverage, 55% building coverage. The FAR goes to 3.975. Density goes to 75 units per acre, and the height goes to 82.5. You add the TDR program on top, you're now at a FAR of 42.37. You have a density of 85 units per acre, or a maximum of 410 units. And your total height gets to 97.5, which is just shy of the charter limit of 100 feet.
Are we voting on that?
So that's how you stack them up, and you can through this program add additional density, height, and intensity using the TDR program to get to the height of 97.5 feet.
Hardy?
Yeah. So if we can go back to those, I love that that's allowed. I'm sorry, I was talking to the microphone. I love that that's allowed. I've said before that I wish there were a less complex way to allow that, because the things that you have to layer together to get there takes, it's a lot to understand. I wish it were, dare I say, by right. But I'm glad that we're there. Hopefully in the future we can come back and simplify the process by which someone can get that 97 feet and all of that. But this drastically increases the height, density, intensity, all of that that's allowed. And I'm for that. I hope we can simplify it in the future.
Okay. So the final one is I talked about was the medium and high intensity conditional uses and looking at the industrial manufacturing facilities. And this is to eliminate the lot size requirements. We currently say the maximum lot size of 5 acres, and we have many industrial uses that, first of all, require less than 5 acres. And we have some coming in, and we want to be able to track these uses that may require more than 5 acres. So we don't want to put a box on ourselves and limit ourselves to just a 5 acre max. So I think this opens us up to attract more larger industries that may want to assemble land and put a project together. Second part is the part I was talking about that William led to is the addition of standards for recycling facilities. So we added 4 additional standards based on the project that has come forward, and that is that all production and processing shall be restricted to an enclosed building. Outside storage of source materials shall be prohibited, and I want to be clear on that. That's the materials coming into the site. Once the materials have been sorted, they can be taken outside and put in proper storage containers. Adequate provisions and systems shall be installed to address odors, dust, and noise. And the fourth one, the operation shall begin at 6 a.m. and shall end at 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday with no Sunday service on those facilities. So we believe that will help address the issues that have come forward dealing with these projects. And so that's the 4 amendments that are coming forward right now. As you know, we have other ones stacked up behind this. We'll bring it to you either in December or January.
Real quick, Madam Mayor. So on the recycling, I know that you probably got some of it from the research I've been doing with the issue that's coming for us Thursday night. However, it seems like the four conditions are things that are traditional in recycling. How would a recycle project be able to fall into the category if the 4 things they usually do are prohibited?
I don't think, based on the projects that we have talked to, the developers we have talked to, that this would restrict these type of developments coming in. Production and processing be restricted to an enclosed building. Everything you're doing to tear apart the materials to their base elements needs to be done inside a building with a machine to help knock down the noise and the dust and the sound of that process. The outdoor storage of source materials has been a constant concern of people when the trucks come in. There's dumping the source material in the lot, and then you're shoving it into the building. We want them to come into the building, close the door, dump the material, sort it in the building, and then the raw materials come back out, get stacked, put in trucks, and hauled out. I don't think that's going to compromise any of these facilities from doing that. Adding the adequate provisions to ensure that the odors, the dust, and the noise are all kept beat down, if you will, kept to a minimum so it's not impacting the adjacent projects. And the operational hours of 6 to 8 p.m. seem to be fairly standard in the recycling business. As always, when these come forward, they come forward as a project that conditions can be added. If at the time a project comes forward and you want to say they can go till 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock, or 10 o'clock on Friday and Saturday nights only, that'd be your prerogative when it comes to before this board.
I agree with all 4 of the issues. It's just I don't know how that plays into their business plan.
Right, and I think we want to attract a business that would be able to play within these rules, if you will.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Hardy?
Am I mistaken in believing that the first condition, the first additional condition, is already a part of our code?
It's already in there. Yes.
Okay,
but
it's already in there.
The difficulty,
but 2, 3, and 4 are not.
They're all in there. What we ran into is the fact that point 1 is dealing with industrial and manufacturing centers, but we have to loop it into those facilities that are being used for recycling facilities, and it doesn't include it for that. So now it includes recycling facilities and the other industrial and manufacturing facilities.
So I'm sorry, Mr. Waters. Number 1 is in there.
It's not.
But
as
it's
explicit as
not
that one, but
specific to recycling.
it's only specific to recycling right now.
It's only okay. So this expands it beyond recycling facilities to all
Expands
industrial
it and makes
facilities.
it more clear for recycling, and some of these elements are already in there for industrial and manufacturing facilities. It's a little quirkiness in how the code was written. Maybe bringing back a subsequent modification that all the criteria that are there for uses that are in the IPOC would have the same base
specific
requirements
conditions.
and then additional ones for specific uses, because there's some other uses that Mark and I have been talking about are being on the back burner that probably need to have some specific provisions if they're going to be a medium or higher intensity use.
Okay.
That's what he was talking about. Things are backed up coming to you later.
Okay. All right.
We've got a motion on the floor and a second. Any public comment cards on this?
And what are we on? E?
No, she was in F. I think one of them was F.
I've got, oh,
Yeah.
no, this is F.
That's the next one.
Okay. You're good.
Pass them down.
Again, this is from Tammy Panza. Reading of the ordinances are improperly and inadequately noticed. She left for D and E.
Okay.
Any others?
No.
Seeing there are none, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm going to make a motion to extend the meeting to 10:30.
It automatically by ordinance goes another hour if it
Oh,
needs to be.
okay, so it goes from 10 to 11. There's no.
Yeah, it's 10 to
Okay,
11
well,
or 11 or 12.
motion to extend to 11.
Second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item F, formation of a Blue Ribbon Charter Review Committee brought forward by Commissioner Robinson. You have the floor.
Well, it's been, I know that it's been more than 20 years. We've done ordinances that changed. There was enough conversation about the charter tonight that I think justifies an update, just in language or any changes that are new departments, and I don't see why we wouldn't be interested in updating our, I don't want to say antiquated, but I'm sure there's something that there are a few things that I could think of that might want to be talked about, and I think it's worth discussion. So
Is there a
if,
motion on
Is there a
if there's,
motion?
I would make a motion to establish a charter review committee.
Do I have a second?
Okay? Good with that?
Motion fails for lack of a second.
Okay, so
Commissioner
I'll
Hardy,
make a
did you have
motion,
comment?
yeah, so, I'll make a motion to establish a Blue Ribbon Charter Review Committee. I just need a few things about this committee. One, I think we should get equal appointments to the committee. I'll put that as a condition. And I would like to give them a deadline if we were to do this, that they would basically give us things to recommend for the 2020 general election. So, and whatever, well,
November.
yes, for November of 20, that's when most people in the city vote. I think to give us, to have them give us recommendations for March would be too soon. March is around the corner. Things have to be ready for the ballot by December. That's not enough time for a charter review committee to do anything. The next election is August 18th. That's not a particularly high turnout election either. I think we should, if we're going to amend the charter in a very serious way, then it should be done in the election that has the most voters. I don't see what's objectionable about that. But if folks have things I haven't heard of, then fine. But I think we should get equal appointments, and I think we should give them a deadline. I think we should target the 2020 general election when turnout will be high among all voters. That's my motion.
I've never been, I'm sorry, I don't have the background in a charter committee review process. I would think that I would want, I know that we have a lot of committees as we do already, and I would want to workshop exactly what this committee would do, what types of recommendations we would be looking for from them, what the process is for it to go from that to an actual ballot. I mean, I'm not familiar with the processes, so I'd like to see this if we could. If you want to have a serious conversation about this, Commissioner Robinson, I'd like to see it come back as a workshop so we can kind of find out what things they would do or what types of. I'm just not familiar with it.
Sure.
Did Commissioner Hardy's motion die for a lack of second, or is there a second to that? It died.
It died for lack of a second, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Could we move that to work? Could we make? Could I pass the gavel and make it move to a workshop so that we can bring it back and have a little bit more in-depth conversation rather than just a generic statement of yes, a new committee.
Madam
I
Chair,
so.
as I understand it, he can still bring the issue back as a workshop item. No one voted to disapprove it, nor was it tabled. So it's not permanently dead. It just, the particular motions that were made did not get seconded.
Understood. But I'm asking you with the gavel passed to say, could I make a motion to move it to a workshop so that we can learn more about the process and what it entails?
Is there a second to move it to a workshop?
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No. Motion carries.
Did you vote for that too?
Wait, hold on one second. How did
Excuse me,
Commissioner
I'm
Maxwell
sorry.
vote?
I apologize. Did you, is it a 5-0 vote? or-
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Set date for special commission meeting to discuss the future of our Ocean Park, brought by Commissioner Robinson.
Well, since I have been talking about this for a long time, and we haven't had any specific schemes that were presented by our architects to go out to bid, I think it's time we get down to the specifics of something that we can put out to bid, find out what real numbers are, and move this thing forward.
Yeah. I've been talking with staff already to get out and start. What is the RFP process? We have a presentation coming up on public
So moved.
privates.
Is there any dates that we can pick now that,
I think that would be into the new year. We only have one meeting in,
well, can we pick the first Thursday of the new year then, or, what?
I think we have to have staff.
Does anybody have a calendar?
What's your direction, Madam Mayor?
Is there first, is Commissioner Hardy's motion to set this date, is there a second for that?
I second it.
I thought it was a discussion.
No, it's a,
No, we're trying to set a
date, okay.
specific date.
Okay.
Because we
So
asked
you-
for that.
So you seconded it, Commissioner Robinson.
Okay.
You want to set the date as part of that motion?
Yeah, we have a schedule for when we do workshops versus regular meetings. The first workshop date in January is, I think, fine.
We have a workshop scheduled already, though.
I don't have a workshop schedule as per se. We
Well, we're
pick a
potentially
date and
scheduling
we're
one now.
trying to, well, we're not, he doesn't want a workshop. He wants a date to, is it just to discuss this? Is it a work session without a vote?
A work
It
session or
it
a
would,
workshop?
it would be a topic that is lengthy enough to be a workshop.
Okay.
Otherwise, it can't be a regular meeting,
I think,
because this is going to be a conversation that is going to take some compromise.
can I ask you a question, Commissioner Robinson? Because I think that with the P3 and the RFQ and all the conversations that we're having coming up
What?
and going through I'm asking you just a question, if you don't mind. I mean, I think based on the results of this evening, and I think us having those future conversations, I think we need to set those directions for the RFP or whatever, but we need to learn, we have meetings coming up that are scheduled to learn about those processes and how they happen. So I think grammatically, now that we actually have it in writing and it's part of our capital plan, that we need to hear some more information to finalize those processes so we can put it out on the street. Is that where you want to go next?
Well,
Put them out on the street?
I've talked to 3 operators, and I talked to a person today who was thinking of office space on our second floor at the Oceanfront Park. I think we should continue to try to promote our revenue source up there until the first week in January, and then come back and have that as a conversation as well.
The problem that I have is that
I don't want us to do nothing between now and January.
the problem that I have is that when we're more succinct with our direction for staff, we get results and we give answers and we vote on and we take care of. When we leave it open is when we get and we step on each other. And I'm just trying to make it so that we get something done with it rather than all get here together and it be a big whatever again. You know, like to say, you know, can we make it for the first work session where we can vote on it to set a requirement for, you know, for the RFP process at the beach casino complex or something like that.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah,
if I could offer some suggestions
I just want to be succinct.
briefly.
Not you succinct. I said I'm trying to be succinct with our motion.
What we've heard from the conversation is there is an interest in putting something out in some format, including a P3, as well as some RFPs and leases and everything else. I would encourage the commission not to necessarily meet with vendors and folks because we don't know what the group wants to do just yet. We do have a expert that we have been talking to who can explain in great detail how a P3 might work and what's involved with it. That might be one of the things you want to start with. At the end of the day, we need to work towards a process where the commission, at least three of you, come to some agreement that here's our parameters for what we want to see up at the beach, so that a person looking to offer a bid or some kind of a program up there would know what those parameters are so they don't waste their time. The other thing you need to appreciate is now that we have a ballot issue going forward, potentially increasing from 20 to 30 years of the term at the beach, that's possible. That is also going to greatly impact the offers and the financing of what people may be willing to do in those various pieces. So coming from where we are right now, we've made significant movement to go to the next phases of getting some education and understanding and under, you know, across, especially with the public watching what a P3 is. That may move you towards setting those parameters and moving forward to Commissioner Robinson's interest in keeping things moving. That's something I would recommend that we do, and we might be able to actually have that consultant come in earlier.
I also would like, though, to not just have a conversation about P3.
Mhm.
I think it's important for all of us to talk about not only P3 opportunities, but also what it means to RFQ, what it means to RFP, what it means to ITN. You know, let's talk about all those different types of options that are on the table for partnerships so that we understand what they all are and what the differences are between them so that we can make an educated decision on how we want to proceed with it, or if we can open it up to multiple sources.
So what I'm hearing from you is you actually want to put every option that's available to us out on the table for a transaction at the beach.
Yes.
Up to and including a P3.
Yes.
P3.
Yes, I just don't want us to be pigeonholed into one. I mean, the P3s are great, but there's also a lot of stipulations with them. You know, somebody might want to do a strict lease deal. Someone might. I don't want us to limit it to any one option when there are multiple viable options that somebody could come to the table with based on what their business models are like. That sounds sensible.
Could we get verification from our planner that would there be any restrictions on residential or office or retail or
William Waters, Community Sustainability Director again. There are some restrictions in your comprehensive plan under the future land use of beach and casino, and there are also some restrictions under the beach and casino zoning district. I believe there's a limit of 67,000 plus or minus square feet of overall building that's allowed at the beach. There's a cap on how much of it can be retail. I don't recall whether office that's leasable to a public entity like a business would be allowed. It doesn't preclude you from making changes to that zoning district. We can give you a summary of those, and you can look at whether you would like to change them or not. And we can also explain whether you have to go through a comprehensive plan change to make the changes that you would like to do in the zoning code. But it's its own zoning district. So what you do there would not necessarily affect other parks in the city.
And oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, did you mention residential?
Residential is not allowed at the beach.
Okay.
Right now.
And the question that I have for you too, William, in reference to what Commissioner Robinson was saying, I also don't want us to get caught up in the details of individual interests and things and bringing them before the group until we have a process in place that protects us legally to discuss them and exhaust all options so we get all the best bids in from different. I know I don't want to say, well, I got a guy who's got a this and I know a guy who does this and whatever. Let's put the processes in place to get the submissions in whatever form they come, and then we can sort through them together as to what we think the best uses or possibilities are for that. I just don't want to be like, okay, I know a guy who does this, and then we sit here and talk about that guy who never got a meeting, who never got a chance to speak to the city manager, who had a great idea. I mean, I want a process to be in place so that we can professionally handle this and interview the candidates in the right way and do it professionally.
Okay. Madam Mayor, I think we have a process for that in our code of ordinances for dealing with outside parties, whether it's RFQs or RFPs or things of that nature. Am I wrong about that, Mr. City Manager?
Correct.
Okay, so we have that process. We can use that process. So as the person who made the motion, I'll take the friendly amendment, and I'll, to me, what I heard was, we want to have a conversation about the casino, the beach zoning, the beach comprehensive plan, the things in there. I think that needs to be a part of that. I think we need to, the public-private partnership expert that the city manager was talking to earlier, that he's been talking to for a while and thinking about bringing in, I would like this person to be brought in on that first workshop in January. And is there anything else? I mean, those are the two things that I see as kind of the relevant issues here: the zoning at the beach, the comp plan at the beach, the potential elements of a public-private partnership. We know how leases work. We had a robust discussion about leases. I don't think we need to go any further into that. And perhaps we should involve CPZ, because our number has changed. We gave, we told CPZ to come up with plans for a pool based on a budget figure, and now that budget figure has apparently gone down. So that those drawings are not useful at this point.
I don't.
So I think I guess my point is we should bring in CPZ again.
I don't think. At that time it would be the right place to do it. I think let's get through. And the reason I want to talk about leases and whatever is because P3s allow and don't allow for certain aspects of it. And I want to talk with leases not in reference to how does a lease work, or how does an RFP or RFQ work. I want to know what the benefits are to them and the negatives could be in some of them as of the processes, meaning that if you do a lease process, this could happen, and there are certain intricacies that happen with each process that allow for more or less to happen in a partnership.
So would you like to add a discussion of the benefits of leasing or not leasing to that?
I'd like to discuss the benefits of the RFQ and the RFP process and the ITN process when it comes in reference to that, because there are certain aspects and benefits to each one that should be discussed. I don't care if they all come in different forms in an RFP
Sure.
or RFQ. I don't care about that.
I've added it to my motion. So
Okay.
added.
Okay. And do you have a second? Do I have a second? Do I have a second for that motion?
Repeat the motion, please.
Oh, I don't think that's possible.
Casino zoning, casino comp plan, the 3P expert, okay? The benefits of leasing, not leasing, the benefits of, and the demerits of RFQs, RFPs, ITNs. What is the ITN, Madam Mayor?
Intent to negotiate.
Intent to negotiate, right, okay. The benefits and the opposite of the benefits of those three things. That's the motion. Is that okay with the person who seconded the original motion?
At that first workshop in the first week in January.
And by the way, if the
second week.
If the triple P guy, if the Triple P guy who you've been speaking to is not available on that date, I imagine that there are other guys who do stuff around Triple Ps that we can invite on that date. That date is crucial. The expert Triple P discussion needs to happen at that date. If it can't happen with that guy, it can happen with someone else.
We'll work towards a workshop in January, though we may have pieces of this ready in December because we were working on a workshop date in December. So no later than what I'm hearing.
I think we should have all that discussion at the same time. I think that's what we're trying to do here.
So we'll shoot for January then.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that's wonderful. I just wanted to, we've
Do I have a second first? Before?
Second.
Okay, thank you.
Just that we have been under the assumption that we were open for unsolicited bids up to now. And I don't know, does this mean that we are still not open for unsolicited bids?
Add a discussion of the benefits of unsolicited bids to my motion. Does the person who seconded is he okay with that?
We've sat quietly for more than 6 months, assuming that somebody was going to try to get an unsolicited bid, and that didn't happen. All right, we're moving forward in the first week in January.
Is there a second on that?
Seconded for unsolicited bids?
Yeah, adding the discussion of the benefits and not benefits of.
I've got a motion on the floor in a second. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Including unsolicited bids, yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Aye.
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 Motion carries 3-1. All right, we're moving on to H. Discussion to establish a budget process that does not include a bifurcated final budget.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Who brought it?
I'm just interested in not making political decisions on capital improvement projects. When we were up here, not in conflict with staff and department heads and department employees. I think a normal budget should have that in the process throughout the year to come to a normal budget, not to be discussing capital improvements separately, even though they're in the budget.
Right.
But to be broken down and then for us to, I don't think that's our job. We're supposed to be developing policy, not deciding on expenditures.
City manager.
To that point.
Madam
City manager.
No, I'll pass. I'm done.
Okay, so I just want to provide clarity, right? So what happened this budget cycle was unusual insofar as we passed a budget that was not substantially complete and called it a budget, and then we made a budget amendment and we called that amendment a capital budget, right? So what I don't and the issue that I have with that very specifically is that the things that are in the capital budget and the things that were in the first version of the budget that we passed, they should have been competing for the same pot of dollars. Instead, we locked down one pot of dollars and then took some other stuff and made them compete for a smaller pot of dollars. I found that, first of all, it's unusual to do things that way. There's not a city that I know of that has done it that way this year or in any recent year. And so I don't want to see that process done again. So when Commissioner Robinson says bifurcate, when I say bifurcate, I want to see a budget, and I think all future commissions should see a budget that is substantially complete the first time. There's nothing wrong with amending the budget going forward, but those are for little things here or there. This was not a little thing here or there. This was a whole big heaping chunk of the budget, $175 million that we didn't get done by October 1st. That should never happen again, period.
Duly noted. Okay. We're moving on because that was a discussion. No vote is needed. So moving on to.
It says move to approve or disapprove. There was a motion and a second.
There is a motion on the floor and
It's under discussion and no motion was needed.
But the other items were under discussion as well.
No, they weren't.
Asked for a discussion.
There's no discussion
What was to set a date?
mentioned in
The
this.
previous item says
in this
discussion to
item.
set a date. The
And-
item before that says discussion on a formation of a blue ribbon panel. We took motions, had seconds, took votes.
And this
is no different from the other items that we just.
to establish a budget process.
That's not bifurcated.
I believe it was the intention of staff initially not to have a bifurcated process in the future. This was, if you think about historically, I'm going to talk now. You think about historically, we've had the budget all done together. We've had 5, 6 finance managers in the last several years. We've also had a complete correction and re-evaluation of the budget, and we've had to move it to higher standards and to move it to whole next levels of budgeting. I do not believe that this was an intent of our finance director or our city to do this, and I did not expect the process to be the same way next year unless there's a new process that I haven't yet discussed. Bruce, could you please come up? And please don't talk when I'm it's very distracting.
There's a lot of, I don't know where to begin. First of all, what we did, typically, it's the best practice. I'm going to say this. Having a dual process is best practice. GFA, Government Finance Officers Association, best practice. You start with your operating budget, okay? That's a year-to-year budget. The funds at the end of the year follow the fund balance. You have a capital process that's a multi-year, okay? So you really don't want to mix the capital expenditures with the operating expenditures, because if you're building a pool, for example, you appropriate those dollars once. If you're doing a tie line, you appropriate those dollars once. You don't commingle those in your operating budget, okay? So if you're talking about a process where you want to have an evaluation of your operating budget and your capital budget simultaneously, that's one conversation. And but if you're talking about actually separate or putting the dollars in the capital dollars into the operating budget, that's highly irregular. Okay.
No.
So.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm the maker of the motion. I just want to clarify something. What I did not say was that we should commingle capital and operating dollars. What I did say is that we should discuss all these dollars at the same time and pass one budget. And under state statute, there's no such thing as an operating budget and a capital budget. Under state statute here in the state of Florida, there's a budget that gets submitted to the Department of Revenue, and it's supposed to be by a certain date, and it prescribes that. I'm not saying we should commingle those, but I'm saying we should not pass a budget that's substantially incomplete and then go ahead and finish it off, over a month later.
Just remember, I understand.
Analytically, they're separate, but what I'm saying is they need to be passed at the same time, because that's not appropriate, and there's not a city in this county or in these 3 major counties in South Florida that I'm aware of that regularly does it as we did it this year.
Okay, and another point, if you will, when you do the process, the operating budget typically comes first because that identifies your available funds, if you will, okay, your net income. So if your expenditures exceed your revenues, you have to do the cuts, roll back, okay? And then typically what's left over is either pay-go dollars or grant funds or some alternative funding or debt service. And that is the conversation that we have to start moving forward, is how we move forward to a pay-go capital budget without the dollars from the penny sales tax. So that's a more robust conversation, and that's a conversation that we intend to bring forward as to how we develop, to your point, how you're going to fund ongoing capital expenditures in the future with those excess pay-go dollars.
Mr. Robinson?
I'm expecting staff to all my intention is to work towards one budget without the budget being in so detail from the dais. Staff, it's a staff budget, that we would approve or disapprove. But we wouldn't have had this conversation without the penny sales tax.
That's not in my motion. I just want to be clear that that's not in
City
my
manager?
Since it's technically my budget, giving it to y'all to approve is what you're saying.
Yeah.
And there's been things that get repeatedly set up here that I don't find to be entirely accurate. We were ginning up a huge funding of 40 to 50 years of benign neglecting the electric utility. That's where the great majority of your time, focus, and energy is going to be going with financing. You're going to be selling municipal bonds coming up, and it's going to be a series of fundings of large-scale projects to fix that side of the house. That's the big thing that goes untalked about up here. That's the big story, honestly, in my opinion. What's happening in the city is fixing that. That took longer than expected. It got out of sync. I have a new finance director. The staff is scrambling to try to pull numbers together. Then, yes, to some degree, there was conversations about the sales tax. Y'all went off topic and went away from the priorities you had set. And we said, you know what? We haven't put all the deferred maintenance items out there because, in fairness, before you start considering funding anything, you need to see all the needs in the city. We have pushed all that out there. It's out there. You guys have a 5-year set of numbers that's based on what we believe in our best professional opinion to be, and it is a living document, Mayor, to your point, that you need to consider, because we haven't depreciated. We haven't set aside money in the capital. And if you're delusional enough to think right now that you can push that big chunk of an elephant of a capital program into your operating numbers and somehow pay for all that and still do the minimum of things we're doing right now, you're in for a rude awakening. I want to put that on the record. This was a huge night to get the capital program out there. It's now documented. That's deferred maintenance and items that you guys are going to have to chew on. And I can guarantee you're going to be deferring things, but you're going to know about them now. And you're going to plan better, hopefully. And when you get to conversations about operational and programming, you're going to have to say who gets fed tonight and who doesn't, and how are we going to cut this baby in two. This staff, and to a big part the people that you've had with you over the years, has gotten us through year to year without that conversation. It's now on your plate. You've asked for it, you got it. That's my opinion as your professional here, and I think it's important because it is the responsible thing to do, and I think you guys are going to do a good job of it. And by gosh, it's going to be transparent, and it's going to be out there, and we will, to your point, be back in sync. This was a hiccup this year, and I want to thank the finance department and the department directors for bearing with us to pull all this information together. That's why we were in this. It was a one-off. We don't expect to be out of sync again.
I said in the very beginning. Commissioner Hart?
Sure. Look, I'm glad that we got back on topic toward the end of that. All I'm saying is, I understand it's hard, lots of big stuff, but however difficult it was, it should have been handled. Hold on one second. It should have been handled by October 1st. I don't think that's asking too much to say that we should pass a budget according to the state's guidelines for when we should pass a substantially complete budget. And, the other thing is, I get that the budget is a living document, right? But it's born whole. In this case, we gave birth to half the budget. And then after that, we gave birth to the other half and decided to stitch it together. That's not the way that the process should work. And so all I'm saying is, if you say that this is a glitch, then there should be no problem with binding the city to making sure that we produce a substantially complete budget document by the state statutes guidelines, rather than going through
Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor, did we break the law by what we were doing?
I didn't say you broke the law.
Okay.
Hold on.
Cities,
Point of order.
cities
Point
don't
of order.
pass
Point of
budgets.
order. Point of order. Point of order.
I don't.
Point of
the-
order.
the
Point of
emphasis on
order.
the applica-
City manager,
I
please.
have the floor.
Let him finish, and then please, you'll have your chance. One at a time.
Yeah.
No one is exempt from that, please.
I did not say that you broke the law. Okay. The law says you produce a budget by this date.
That's exactly
Okay.
what you're saying.
We produced a budget. What I'm saying was that the budget was substantially incomplete. The evidence that it's substantially incomplete is that this evening we passed this, which is $175 million worth of stuff. Name another city in Palm Beach County that did that this year or any other year recently. It didn't happen. And I get it. It's hard. Everybody, staff changed in West Palm Beach this week substantially. They're going to get the job done. All I'm saying is I don't ever want it to be the case that we have this budget process the way that it worked this year, period. And if staff says it's a glitch, then they should have no problem with being bound to produce a substantially complete budget by October 1st. If they have a problem with being required to produce a substantially complete budget by October 1st, I don't see why we should have any confidence in that staff. If there's an issue with that requirement, produce a budget by October 1st. My God, is that a Herculean effort?
Okay, enough. City Manager,
I'm done.
Vice Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm flabbergasted that we would have a member of this commission, given your tenure, your short tenure here in the commission, that you would chastise and abuse the staff the way you did tonight and you continually do. Okay, we did not break the law. We were compliant with, no, you didn't say that. You inferred it.
I didn't infer that.
Okay, and what we did tonight, Commissioner Hardy, was we passed a 5-year capital plan. We did not appropriate any money this evening for that capital plan. That has nothing to do with the budget. Okay, so when we go forward and some of these capital projects come before us, then we'll have to appropriate money based on what we have available to us in terms of resources, financing, bonds, whatever the case may be.
Point of information, when did we appropriate the vast majority of the funds in this capital plan we approved this evening? Mr. Miller?
Last week.
Last week, which was on what date was that? Nearly 30 days after October 1st?
Okay, I'm gonna.
Just as a point of information.
A point of information is the state statute does not require to have separate budgets for capital improvement. We complied with the state statute. Just because you're not happy with the process and you're using that tactic as a means to muddy the water and cast aspersions upon our staff. I'm tired of listening to the berating of our staff. They've been busting their tails for years.
Listening to their excuses.
Oh, my goodness.
Really?
I
think I'm done with you.
And I'm just going to say something too, Commissioner Hardy. You're no friend. We're all a team here, okay? We're a team here working together. And you can have a conversation with staff anytime you want and tell them how upset or disappointed you are. But when you come out here as a city, you represent the city as a whole, and you represent, we're a team and we work together and we get stuff done together, not by berating and belittling staff or making or embarrassing them or making like there's some sort of conspiracy theory going on here. But you make it look like that with your intent and with your verbiage sometimes. And you know what? It doesn't look good for the city. It doesn't look good to the outside. It doesn't look good to investors looking in. And quite honestly, it's an insult to our staff who works extremely hard to understand your needs, and each and every one of us, and it's us to work together as a team. When the second you put doubt into our experts' hands, you want to ask them a question, ask them a question. If you feel that something is considerably wrong, then go to them and tell them that. Do not ever use this dais as a pulpit to sit there and berate and belittle my team.
I will use my time to speak. First of all, what makes the city not look good is passing a substantially incomplete budget by October 1st. That is the original issue here.
Have you been upstairs?
And
I'm gonna
what
banter
you're
back
saying
and
is
forth
that
with you
I
because you
should
want to talk
admit
every moment. You want to talk every moment
about
of the second and interrupt everybody all the time.
You talk a fair amount as well.
Have you gone upstairs and seen the awards every year in a row for our financial awards that we get every single year for balancing not only a healthy budget, a good budget, but following procedures? Have you seen the awards that we get every single year for doing this? We have been through turmoil and we are coming. You know what? I'm not going to say it. I'm very disappointed.
Motion to call the question.
There you go. Got a motion on the floor and a second. He called the question. There is no more discussion.
Needs a second.
All those in favor? There was a second.
It was a second.
Commissioner.
Is there a second?
Yes.
Okay.
Are we calling the question?
And last time I heard him running this meeting, please let me run it. Thank you. Got a motion on the floor in a second. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Nay.
Motion fails.
Okay, so we still have to vote on the original. So we're continuing discussion? The motion was to call the question.
Can I make a comment?
See, that's what happens after 9:30. I told you, nothing good happens after 10 o'clock. This is exactly what happens. Well, thank you. All right, so we've got a motion on the floor. The original question was what?
The original question was to establish a budget process that does not include a bifurcated final budget.
Okay, so that motion's on the floor, and there was a second by Commissioner
Robinson.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Nay.
Motion fails. Thank you. Moving on to the condition sale and transfer of 501 Lake Avenue to Lake Worth Beach CRA. Got a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Any public comment cards? Is there anyone?
Ed,
I thought we handed one.
I have one. Yes, I'm sorry. Tammy Panza, sale of 501 Lake Avenue should not occur to the use away for a large purchase by one person of Halt the Downtown to be facilitated. And penny sales tax should be repaid immediately that was used to buy cottages. Commissioner Robinson?
I wanted to make a comment on that last conversation.
We're not going back in time. We're
I
on to the
need
new
to make
agenda
a
item. We're not going there. We're moving on to the new agenda item, and that's the way the rules are, and you guys want to disobey the rules, we're not going to do that. Okay? We're going to stick with the rules. We're going to stay on the agenda. We're going to move
Yes,
forward.
ma'am, Madam Mayor.
Well, you know what?
Can we vote?
Call me mother.
Yeah.
So we've got a motion on the floor in a second. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. On to the Lake Worth Electric Utility. We've got a consent agenda.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Just for the record, there were no public comment cards on that before we voted. Thank you very much. I'll entertain, you know what, City
So moved.
Attorney, City Manager, do you have anything?
Done.
None.
Motion to adjourn was made by Commissioner Hardy. A second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Good night, everyone. Love you all.
To make a comment in your favor.
Don't do it.
And
That was